All right, good morning. Going to call the meeting to order on House Bill HB 1613. Before we get started, we'll rise for the pledge. Thank you. So Representative Kerwin presenting the bill for HB 1613.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm introducing this for Representative Reed, who is running late. The disability advocacy community asked Rep. Reed to put this bill in to ask for an economic report detailing the main barriers to financing accessible housing. Rep. Reed's understanding is that a report was supposed to be presented earlier and never was. However, because this simple report inexplicably has a fiscal note 3 times the construction cost of building a house, Rep. Reed is offering an amendment to turn this into a study committee. We had a study committee last term that detailed the barriers to creating accessible housing, but there were no solutions offered. And this new study committee would study actionable solutions. And I will defer any questions to the disability advocates in the room.
Okay, not taking any questions? Smart.
Yeah, not taking them. I'm throwing them back.
That's fine. Good morning. Okay, we'll call Kristen Evans.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1613 as amended. For the record, my name is Kristen Evans, and I serve as the Director of Policy for ABLE New Hampshire, and ABLE is a statewide disability justice organization that works to protect and expand the civil and human rights of people with disabilities across New Hampshire. New Hampshire is in a housing crisis, we know that, but for people with disabilities, this crisis is chronic and compounding. It is not driven by a lack of access to private mortgages or traditional lending products. It is driven by the absence of affordable, accessible housing options that allow people with disabilities to live integrated lives in their communities. The amendment improves this bill by aligning it with lived reality. Most people with disabilities are not seeking private home ownership. Many rely on fixed incomes such as SSI or SSDI. Many need housing models that are affordable, long-term, accessible by design, and embedded in the community rather than segregated into congregate or group home settings. The study commission builds on the work of House Bill 1168, which was a housing study commission, which met several times, and helped surface the scope of what the problem was, but did not produce actionable recommendations. What we learned through the process is that the barrier is not awareness. The barrier is lack of coordinated funding strategies that bring together housing, health, and community systems. The amended bill takes the next necessary step. It moves us from identifying the problem to developing solutions. A study commission allows the state to examine how federal, state, and local funding streams can be combined and aligned, how capital and operating subsidies can support long-term affordability, and how policy barriers can be removed to allow inclusive housing to be built at scale. Importantly, this amendment centers community-based housing and explicitly moves away from congregate models. This is consistent with disability rights law, federal policy, and the clear preference of people with disabilities themselves. People with disabilities deserve the same opportunity as anyone else to live in safe, affordable housing in the communities they choose. And House Bill 1613, as amended, gives New Hampshire the opportunity to lead with intention. It creates space for collaboration, expertise, and lived experience to shape policy that actually works. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on HB 1613? Okay, I'll close the public hearing and we will hang out till 9:30 and we'll start the next bill. All right, you guys ready to get back into it?
Cold hard services is a recipe for disaster.
You guys good? All right. Can open the meeting on HB 1021. It is 9:33 in the morning. I recognize the prime sponsor, Representative David Walker.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, I'm here to introduce to you HB 1021 for your consideration. It's a very simple change. We changed the date of the bill from October 1 to April 15 for the low-income house tax credit program. This would align it with all the other tax credits and exemptions all on the same date, so there would be no confusion or missed dates or applications. So with that, I'll take some questions.
All right. Do we have any questions? Representative Aaron.
Thank you for coming to testify, and thank you for taking my question. So does this give people more time or less time?
Well, originally I received this request from the Assessors Association to change this date to in line with all the rest of the tax credits. And I believe, it's my understanding, it comes from the Northern Country where they have part-time assessors, which they're in once a month. So if they do all their credits and stuff in April, which they're there, but back in October, it may get missed when they're preparing for tax rate settings and all that. So sometimes it gets missed, and it's just to conveniently put it all the tax credits all in one date so they can be handled in a timely manner. It's not going to hurt anything with the filings. They're all the same in the next tax year.
Representative Bolio.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So on line 7, it says a property that as of April 1st of the tax year is under construction shall not be eligible to apply for the assessment under this section. Is there a reason why this is necessary or specified in the bill? Like why specifically April 1st and not April 15th or some other date?
April 1st is the cutoff for all the exemptions and credits, and anything after it gets to the following year. So this was after, so it'll be this exemption will take effect in the following tax year.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Brody DeShays.
Thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this morning. For the record, Brody DeShays, I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we support House Bill 1021. This is a request from our association, the Association of Assessors. All House Bill 1021 does is it updates the date for a property owner to report the election of a multifamily residential property governed by Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code, subject to a recorded housing subsidy covenant, to be done by April 15th of the preceding tax year in which the exemption is sought, rather than October 1st. It's one of the few tax exemptions or change in how the property is assessed that's done not in line with the tax year. So tax year is April 15 through April 15. This would not prohibit making an election providing written notice to the municipality earlier than April 15th. However, the property cannot be under construction as of April 1st of the tax year in which the alternative assessment is sought. The reason for this is that properties that are being constructed are assessed at different value, and you can't change how you're assessing, and it won't qualify for being a multifamily residential property with a recorded housing subsidy covenant until the construction is done and there's an occupancy permit. The goal of this bill, again, is to align the alternative assessment election under RSA 75:1-A to be with the tax year like every other exemption or credit in statute. And again, this bill will also give property owners a little bit more time to make this election. So provides more time for the property owner, and it aligns better with what assessors are doing locally and how they're administering to these types of alternative assessments or credits or tax exemptions. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have any questions? Representative Bolio.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, why initially was it set to October 1st? Was this just an oversight, or was there any reason why initially it was October 1st?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bollier. I am not aware as to why it was chosen as October 1st. I'd be happy to do some research and to look at maybe the original committee reports for when 75:1-A went into statute. It seems to me potentially it could have been an oversight, but I can't say that for sure.
A follow-up, it may inquire.
Yeah, no, I mean, and thank you for that. I mean, regardless of the reason, I think it makes sense that everything all happens at the same time when we're talking about assessments. Is this the only outlier, or is there a possibility that while we're addressing this at the same time, maybe there's other dates that don't line up that maybe we could go ahead and clean up at the same time?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bollier, and we would welcome that. I will say, though, this is the only exemption credit or alternative assessment that I've seen that doesn't align with the tax year. I can do some additional research to see if there's any other stragglers, but this again was a request from the assessors, and they've received this. They've received enough folks electing for their property that qualify under 75:1-A to have this alternative appraisal, enough for them to say, why is this being done in October 1 when we're concentrated on other duties that we need to be doing in the municipality, as opposed to when it's a little bit quieter in the year and they're just processing forms for charitable exemptions or other similar tax exemptions and credits.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to testify on HB 1021? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and we are in recess till 10 o'clock.
All right, the time being 10 a.m., I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1026, and I'm going to recess the public hearing until February 17th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All right, we're going to call the Housing Committee back to order and hear HB 1050, and we'll call the prime sponsor, Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Housing Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Joe Alexander. I represent the town of Goffstown. Thank you for having me today. I filed this bill because I think this was something that we talked about in committee last year. And I filed this bill because I had a very specific local concern with education. I had a parent in Goffstown that approached me last year about how they wanted to use their Education Freedom account to open up a learning pod in Goffstown. And the municipality was giving them drama over where the pod was happening. So in a residential neighborhood, she wanted to open up in a house with a small group of people, nothing big. So I filed this bill for that reason. And I think that you're going to hear from testimony. This is a concern across the state, especially after COVID, when parents, frankly, from all across the political spectrum started using Education of Freedom accounts to open up their own learning pods and educating their children how they see fit. They ran into the problems with local zoning. Imagine that. And this was one of the main concerns. So this basically says that municipalities cannot say that you cannot educate your kid in any zone. This doesn't say that municipalities cannot require a number of parking spots. This does not say municipalities cannot update their noise ordinances or any of that. This just basically says that you cannot use zoning as a tool to segregate kids into certain zones of a town. And I'm going to hear from the municipal association, maybe they like segregated schools. I don't like segregated schools. So I am in full support of this bill. I wholeheartedly hope that you vote for it. Every voluntary associated child shall have the right to be educated in any municipally zoned and non-zoned area within a municipality. And I said municipally zoned and non-zoned because there are some towns that do not zone. So we want to cover that as well, just to make sure that if they ever end up zoning, that cannot be something that they can do. So with that, I'm happy to take questions at any time.
Representative Kerwin.
I understand the learning pod thing, and on board with the learning pods. But when I was reading this bill, I'm just going to read my question. Can you clearly explain the intended scale of educational instruction under this bill? So specifically, how does this bill distinguish between a small parent-led learning pod, which I think is the purpose of the bill, and a full-time tuition-based educational business operating out of a residential or commercial property?
So it wouldn't distinguish that per se, as the approval process that you go through is pretty much the same as you go through with if you're thinking a standard brick and mortar school, like that's just not going to open overnight in a residential neighborhood. The idea is that they would go through the traffic studies, they go through the water sewer capacity, like all those standard studies would happen already. The only thing that this says is that they cannot say that educational instruction can only be in a certain zone. So you're thinking probably 5 steps ahead where they actually get to the point where they get the school. Mm-hmm. This is, municipalities have been using zoning as a roadblock in order to not be allowed to open schools. Like they haven't even been giving the option to present a plan to get to that point. So this is really early in the approval process where they say, you know what? No, Representative Kerwin, this is a residential neighborhood. You cannot operate a business in a residential neighborhood. I'm not saying you should operate every business in a residential neighborhood, but if you're opening an LLC for a learning pod for you and, 6 other moms that want to educate your kids or, rotate between houses or something like that, like that's a completely reasonable thing to use a business for in a residential area.
Follow up, may inquire.
I guess when I was reading the bill, it just didn't seem like there was, I understand like the learning pod idea. It just seemed like there was no limit. Like how big could those learning pods get? Like could 6 kids, 30 kids?
There isn't a limit. And I think that this allows flexibility for municipalities to use their existing powers like trash, noise, traffic impact, sewer capacity, all those things they're allowed to do. This basically would say, if you and I wanted to open up a learning pod and have 50 kids in there, I'm sure there'd be some hesitation on municipalities. They would probably make you go through a certain amount of steps. Okay. The only thing this bill is saying is that they cannot say you cannot have it. They're not saying that you have to do all these other things. So I hope that helps.
Yep.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there a definition somewhere of what a learning pod is somewhere
Yes.
else in statute?
Line 5 of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you be amenable to maybe aligning this with the home child care limits?
I haven't looked at those, but that's certainly something I'm willing to entertain. If that was the concern that you don't want larger schools in certain areas, that's fine. I mean, I'm willing to look into it. I think that if you want to have like, and if you want to educate a number of kids, I don't care what the amount is. Like you're educating kids the way you see fit. So, in order, if I can get more people to vote for it, I'd consider it. But I do like the bill the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Representative Holland.
So I'm just trying to clarify or simplify, I guess. So what you're just trying to say is that in your table of permitted uses, learning pods are allowed anywhere in a residential zone.
Yeah. I mean, education in general. I mean, I put learning pods in here, but education in general.
Representative Boyer. Would you have a follow-up?
Just to follow up, because it actually piggybacks up onto Representative Aaron's thing. So a clear definition of what actually a learning pod is essential, because it's going to go in your table of uses so that we will do exactly what you said.
Thank you.
Representative Boyer.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So obviously, I love this idea. I actually have a very similar bill in municipal and county later that's going to protect home-based businesses statewide. So the way I read this is basically like Representative Howland said, you're adding learning pods to your table of uses, statewide to zoning. I think we've seen municipalities when they get something that they really, really, really don't like, they get very, very, very creative in ways to make it go away. And I mean, I'm just thinking off the top of my head, what if I really hated learning pods? Oh, I'm going to have a parking requirement. Every single student you need one parking space. Oh, you have 12 students, you need 12 parking spaces. And that's going to radically cut down on the number of learning pods. So I'm almost wondering, amending this in a way to, and would you be amenable to this, where you have a safe harbor for small scale, like you have with home child care, and then separately, the learning pod isn't allowed use. So if you have something really big, that's going to go through the normal municipal process, but at least there's a safe harbor for the small scale learning pods, so towns don't completely eliminate them with their devious creativity.
I think you are speaking along the same lines as Representative Hicks. So yes, I would be.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I just wanted to clarify, I mean, when I think about, what this might look like, I know in Keene we have a couple of schools that are, it's just, when it's pick up and drop off, you can't move. You cannot use that street. And so I'm just wondering about, does this allow for the municipality to say, as you were talking about doing like a traffic study, to accommodate that and say, maybe this doesn't work in this neighborhood, or maybe we can figure out some type of solutions for it. I'm just saying, does this automatically say that would be allowed, or is there room for the municipality to say, maybe this doesn't necessarily work for other reasons, like a traffic study?
I think there's room for that to an extent, but I think you're referring to like government run schools where you have like,
No, I'm not actually.
like
These are-
Keene or Mountain View Middle School in Goffstown, like that whole street on pick up and drop off, like just try to avoid the area. Like that's just what happens. But I don't know specifically of my constituent Goffstown. Like I don't know of a homeschool pod or learning pod in which there's more than 50 kids in it. And I don't, and a lot of times in a lot of these pods, these are families and all of their kids are in the same pod. I don't see this being the issue that I know the municipal association is going to bring up. I don't see it being an issue. I think when you get to the point where you have 50 kids in a learning pod, a single family house in a quiet neighborhood is not going to be the place to do it because you just won't have the space.
Thank you.
Representative Miles.
Thank you. It's my understanding that learning pods are homes and places where there's typically been about 4 to 6 or 8 kids. Is that your understanding as well?
I know Goffstown is a very vibrant homeschool and education freedom account usage community, but I don't see it more than, I believe there's 250 EFA families in Goffstown, and they do different, send their kids to different areas, and I don't see it being any larger than, 25, 30.
Representative Bullier.
Yeah, thank you. And I just thinking here, just in my mind, thinking about what this would look at like for a safe harbor. Maybe if it is that small scale, the learning pod then would be an accessory use, and then the principal use would be it's a home. So it's somebody's home as the principal use, and the learning pod's a secondary use, and then separate from that, allow learning pods in other zones if they conform with noise, traffic, all that other stuff.
The bill is in the hands of the committee, so you can do what you want with it.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Drew Klein. Welcome to New Hampshire Housing.
Thank you, Representative Cole, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy, New Hampshire's free market think tank. We have been researching this exact issue for several years in New Hampshire, and very pleased to see this bill. What we found after COVID, and this really does predate EFAs. It's not entirely associated with EHAs, which I think is important. It's sort of become more of a issue now because of EFAs, but it certainly predates that. What we found is that there are a lot of communities in New Hampshire, Goffstown is one of them, but there are others, where parents of homeschool kids have tried to get together to be in one place for socialization, right? And because education is happening there, the towns have shut them down and said, you can't do that in your home because education is not an allowed use under the zoning. So that's a real problem in New Hampshire, and I think it's something that this bill attempts to solve. If I could just suggest a friendly amendment. I don't think it's necessary to define a learning pod and do it that way. To Representative Howland's point, I think you probably can get there if you just say education or educational instruction is allowed by right in all, and then follow the language, right? All zoned and non-zoned areas. I think that broadly gets where you want to be, and you don't get into the definitional problems that you have, because in the education industry, as opposed to statute, there are different categories. A learning pod typically means a homeschool group, whereas a micro school is different than a learning pod. Again, in the industry, not in statute. And a micro school is one where you actually have instructors. So people will send their kids there to learn from an instructor. A learning pod typically means that it's a homeschool environment and the parents are coming too, and there's shared learning, there's guides, but it's not exactly the same as a micro school. So I think if you define learning pod in statute, you start to create these categories that might create problems down the road, when maybe a simpler way to be would just say, education is allowed by right as an activity. That does not preclude, and this is really important, the municipalities from creating boundaries around activity, not the education itself. So traffic, disruptions to the neighborhood, those things should still be in the zoning. You're not going to change that. It just says you can't in the zone say education is not an allowed use. I think that's kind of a simpler way to do it. And I would also suggest that this is consistent with the state constitution. So everybody knows Article 83, encouragement of literature. I just want to sort of recite that because I think it's really important, because I think we have a modern concept of that part of the Constitution that is misunderstanding it. Back in the founding era, and because of the 250th anniversary coming up, I've been doing a lot of research on what the founders, what our state officials, what our legislators, what our governors have been saying about education back then and up through the 19th century. So what they meant often by encouraging literature, encouraging education, was not just creating public schools, but was encouraging private associations to do this. So you can see in the Constitution, knowledge and learning generally diffused through a community. I think that's really an important phrase. Essential to the preservation of a free government and spreading the opportunities and advantages of education through the various parts of the country. And then it goes on to explain that's the basis for why they say the legislature should cherish education. And I think when you look back at the actual context of what they were saying at the time, it's very clear that they were saying we want to spread education through voluntary associations throughout the community. So I think this concept is consistent with that constitutional mandate and also sort of the way education was commonly done in the state until maybe the last century or so. So that's, and happy to take questions.
Excellent. Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to a couple of points, Representative Bolier's point about creative ways for municipalities to restrict this type of activity. I agree with that. And thinking about the scale, right? Would you have any recommendations for the committee about possibly putting some parameters around the size of these organizations so that they then won't face the barriers that Representative Bolier's talking about?
That's a bit of a tricky question. It's a very good question. I don't think I'd throw out a number now, but I'm going to think about that and try to get back to you. I do think the most important thing is to have the blanket statement that education is allowed by right, because they are just simply putting education as in the zone and saying if it's education, it's not allowed at all. And so you have to get rid of that. I think coming up with those boundaries of size is trickier. And I think that's probably, it's just off the top of my head, I think that's probably better handled in business regulations in general. And Rep. Bolier's got a bill that sort of approaches that home-based business category. So I think you could possibly tackle it outside of this education parameters. That's kind of the way I think of it. But it's a good question. And we do have, in statute, we don't have a size-based definition of a non-public school, right? So if you're going to create a non-public school, you have to go through a certain hoops, it has to get approved by the state, but it's not necessarily based on size. It's based on certain categories. So throwing size in, I think, affects other statutes as well. So it's something to be aware of.
Representative Reed.
Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Just as a preface, it may surprise you, but I'm overall in favor of the intent of the bill and also the suggested approach that you mentioned. Do you think that the way we set occupancy for not for residential, but for things like restaurants, do you think that might be a potential path to kind of link the size to that?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question,
Because I think it's
right?
based on square footage and exits and things like that.
No, that's an interesting point. I don't want to give you a definitive answer off the top of my head, but I think that's certainly a way to look at it. If you have a house and a square footage, you certainly don't want to cram too many people into that space. So that's certainly one way you could tackle that.
Good. Do you have some? Representative Bolier?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Your testimony regarding I'm just going to frankly say, we do not hear about the New Hampshire Constitution enough in this committee, so it is like a breath of fresh air, somebody bringing a principled constitutional argument related to one of the bills before the committee. My question is, bringing in Article 83, I mean, that actually brings up a really interesting point. Do you think that there is a strong constitutional argument to say that when towns outright prohibit this type of education, that in fact they are not cherishing education? Actually, the legislature has a constitutional duty to make sure that towns allow this activity.
Yeah, I honestly do think that's a fair interpretation of it. And again, that's not something I'm spouting off. I have been sort of trying to read up on this and how people thought about education in New England in the past couple of centuries. And one of the things, and I've actually been talking to historians about it and corresponding with them, and one of the things that comes up is the difference in the way that they conceived of education and the need to spread knowledge. And it's absolutely true. New Hampshire is one of many states in the country that has this in our Constitution because a constitutional republic cannot last without educated populace. And they really did look at it as kind of, if you will, an all of the above approach. You have public schools, but you also encourage education in the private sector, in voluntary associations, self-learning, all that kind of stuff. And that I think is a big part of what they intended in Article 83 in the New Hampshire Constitution. So I think it's consistent with that reading of it.
Representative Holland.
So would you consider, how about conditional use, and then under the conditional use, you define, you could put the conditions in there, which would be like size or that. And if somebody met those, they were still able to do it. I know in general, people don't like conditional use because it gives you a condition to say no. But I think in terms of trying to figure out what parameters or how you would enforce the parameter, if it's by right and it's a house and it's not a subdivision regulation or it's not a a site plan that you're doing, how do you put the restraints that would be in there that are good restraints?
Yeah, no, I hear you, but I think I would go back to Representative Bouley's point that if you make it a conditional use, you're just going to create the conditions in which they find ways to block it. And again, the simplest way is just to state that education is allowed by right as an activity. And then you build any sort of restrictions around behaviors that aren't educational in nature, but that affect the neighbors. And I think that's kind of the distinction you want to say. Education itself should be allowed, and then you separate out education isn't what is bothering the neighbors. It's these other externalities that are bothering the neighbors that the municipality has a legitimate interest in restricting, but it doesn't have a legitimate interest in saying, well, you can't educate a kid there. That's how I would divide those.
Representative Kerwin.
I just had a question in these, because it is will be home education stuff. Will it I know home health care, like home health child care, they've got like people that come in and inspect for safety and stuff. Would that be included in this?
So if you do education by right, again, you're just saying the act of educating someone is allowed.
Okay.
And so again, any other aspects of how many people are in the room and that kind of thing are separate from that. You just want to make clear that the act of educating can't be prohibited.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brody Deshay.
Thank you to the committee for taking my testimony this morning. Again, for the record, Brody Deshays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are opposed to House Bill 1050 as introduced. My testimony won't touch on any potential motives, but only what the bill says and how it would be implemented. There's a lot of moving parts to this, even though it's a short bill and it seems simple. This is a very complex issue, like any land use issue. So I would encourage the committee to tread thoughtfully as they move forward with this bill. First, to Rep. Aaron's question that he asked earlier, currently the term learning pod is not defined anywhere in New Hampshire's RSAs, and it's treated like other home education options governed by RSA Chapter 193-E. So if you guys would like to, or if you representatives would like to better understand, how these learning pods are approved and what kinds of rules are adopted pertaining to them, RSA 193-A is probably the first place you'd like to go. Also, currently, municipalities cannot regulate home education options that are as infrequent and small scale as learning pods through local zoning ordinances. They can only regulate specific uses related to non-public schools, such as private schools in some zoning districts, but not others, where there is a frequent regular use like a commercial use, where there's a clear and more intense use than just people voluntarily meeting together. Just like how a municipality can't regulate a Super Bowl party. They can't regulate a learning pod through their zoning ordinances. So we really question if this bill is actually solving a problem or searching for a problem. Additionally, it's wholly unnecessary to define, quote, municipally zoned area, end quote, or, quote, non-zoned area, end quote, because there is no zoning established in a municipality that doesn't have zoning. Everything is allowed by right unless otherwise provided by state law. So unless the state's going to prevent them from how they use their land, the municipality doesn't have a planning board to adopt zoning or to prevent them from utilizing their land. When a municipality adopts provisions of RSA 673:1, the establishment of a planning board, it is enabling the municipality to zone. So really those definitions aren't wholly necessary. Yeah, there have zoning and you adopt ordinances approved by the legislative body, or you don't. I'll also note New Hampshire Ed's website has a While not formal definition, it does describe what learning pods are. They say, quote, learning pods involve small, in-person, multi-age groupings of students in a trauma-sensitive environment that allows children to stabilize, rekindle curiosity, and accelerate learning so they might catch up with their peers. Generally, a micro or learning pod has between 5 to 10 students in grades K through 2, 3 through 5, or 6 through 8 groupings. So these are very small groups that municipalities, frankly, they aren't regulating groups of 5 kids meeting infrequently in these learning pods that are an alternative to public education or even other alternative private education forms. House Bill 1050 also establishes 2 new sections to RSA Chapter 674. First, establishing that the law allows, quote, every voluntarily associated child the right to be educated in any municipally zoned or non-zoned area within the municipality. Second, prohibiting any zoning ordinance or land use regulation that, quote, restricts or prohibits the provision of educational instruction in any area within the municipality. This would greatly extend upon just the defined learning pods on lines 5 and 6, a newly defined term that's not used anywhere else in statute. It would technically encompass every current or new private school, including those that are commercial or for-profit, any commercial or private tutoring, or effectively anywhere in any venue where a child could possibly be, quote, educated, end quote, formally or informally. An example might be, approved educational expenses under the state's current educational freedom account. Vendor is like the Association of Pickleball Players, so pickleball courts. Gunstock, Brenton Woods, or other ski mountains, privately owned ski mountains. Several nonprofit overnight camps, or several other commercial uses. So essentially, in our interpretation, how a municipality would need to implement this is if they receive some kinds of funds to educate a child, formally or informally, even in an after-school activity, that use would be exempt from all local zoning ordinances or any related regulations. So that would be an extreme expanse on the law and would basically preempt zoning for many commercial uses or other uses that could pertain to educational instruction. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Representative Boyer.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So thank you for your testimony regarding the bill as it currently stands. The committee has been talking about some ideas to tweak this, modify this. Are some of those proposed modifications, maybe if NHMA doesn't like them, or at least are they less bad than how NHMA feels about the bill as it's currently drafted?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bollier, and for the olive branch. I appreciate it. While any zoning preemption we are against, I like the idea that was proposed by Representative Howland, a potentially conditional use permit and expanding the current child care zoning mandate, which requires municipalities to permit in-home child care. Now, I will say again, though, in my research, and I spent actually a couple of days trying to find an example of where a learning pod was being subjected to zoning ordinances in our state. I couldn't find it. The only example I could find was a residential home that was purchased and turned into a learning pod, but effectively ended up being operated like a commercial private school that was owned by Mark Zuckerberg and his wife, operating in a residential zone, which violated the ordinances of a wealthy California suburb. So that was the only example that I could find. And arguably, if they hadn't operated it basically akin to a private school, it probably wouldn't have been regulated, but they had like 20 to 30 kids going into this residential home. And abutters, clearly, they have property rights too, and they have an interest in making sure that there aren't intensive uses being done right next to their home, especially in denser zoning districts.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to testify on this bill? With that, I'll close the public hearing.
So before I open up the public hearing for HB 1218, does the committee feel like we need a work session for HB 1050? Or do you think that a few members could get together informally to draft an amendment?
I think you could handle this.
We can handle this with an amendment. So I'm gonna not form a subcommittee, but I'm gonna hope that unnamed members email each other that do not constitute a quorum and get an amendment for, I'm not gonna name any members because I don't know who wants to get involved in this, but based on the, what?
Possibly our separate caucuses can come up with something each and then shop it to each other.
Yes, based on the conversation, I definitely want to get this out on the 24th, as with a number of other bills. So I want the committee to plan on, oh no, wait, not the 24th,
23rd.
the 3rd.
We have all of our subcommittees on the 23rd.
The subcommittees are on the 24th.
I just sent you one. I tried to
I saw that,
schedule a
2:30.
subcommittee at 2:30 next week, just because those of us who actually do want to go on vacation don't want to come back here.
For the 24th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're definitely going to have an executive session on the 3rd. So if people can get together and have a conversation regarding these bills, that would be great. All right, so at this time, I want to open up the public hearing on HB 1218. Recognize Representative Rung to introduce her bill. Welcome. Welcome to Housing, Representative.
Yeah, it's my first time. This is
Welcome.
very
We're happy to have
special.
you.
Thank you very much, committee. For the record, my name is Rosemarie Rung, and I am a representative for Hillsborough 12, which is the town of Merrimack. HB 1218 was brought to me from a constituent in my community. It's intended to bring transparency, fairness, and predictability to the sale of manufactured homes in New Hampshire. Today, sellers and buyers often face unclear standards, delayed responses, and unexpected requirements that can derail a sale through no fault of their own. This bill does not remove park owner authority. It simply requires timely communication, clear criteria, and reasonable accountability so that all parties understand the rules and can act in good faith. Manufactured homes are one of the most affordable homes that people can buy, and yet it's so difficult at times to be able to transfer the sale to enable new owners to take possession. So I want to just kind of compare what's in current law to what's proposed in 1218. In current law, it does not specify responsibility for required pre-sale repairs or improvements. But in 1218, it allows the purchaser to be responsible for repairs or improvements if a written agreement is in place and completed within 60 days of purchase. Very similar to buying a single-family home or duplex, where the buyer could negotiate through the purchase and sale agreement what repairs or improvements are needed, and they can take responsibility for that. In current law, it does not require the specificity of the repairs or improvement. It's very vague and arbitrary. So this bill, repairs or improvements must be specifically stated to objectively determine what is required and when requirement has been met. In current law, application for tenancy does not need to state the requirements needed to meet the park owner's approval. In this bill, park owner must provide specific standards, requirements, or criteria used to accept or deny prospective buyer upon application. So that gets to the clear expectations being established. In current law, the park owner does not have to provide contact information to make sure that the process is moving along. But in this bill, it does require the park owner to provide contact information for inquiries, and they must respond to inquiries within 2 business days. In current law, there's no incentive for the park owner to facilitate the sale. They can drag it on as long as they want. But in this bill, park fee is reduced each time a qualified buyer is rejected by the park owner to provide park owner with an incentive to facilitate the sale. So what HB 1218 does is it establishes mutual expectations between the park owner, the seller, and the buyer to the requirements needed to facilitate a sale. Very common sense. It removes unwarranted delays in the sale and purchase of a mobile home. And it allows the buyer the opportunity to make needed repairs and improvements as part of negotiations, just as a purchaser of a duplex or a single-family home would have that opportunity, like they would if they were purchasing any other property. So with that, I would be happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have questions? Representative Bollier.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So my question is on the second page with the new Roman numeral I, when it talks about the penalty if an operator does not approve a purchase where an does not approve a purchase where the buyer is represented by a licensed real estate agent and under a valid purchase contract. My concern with this is that is there a possibility, just in this language of maybe somebody gets with a buyer and says, hey, put in an offer on my, my manufactured housing, but, well, this offer, it's going to have some kind of poison pill that the owner's not going to like, but we're going to go ahead and accept it and we're going to present it. And that's actually going to be a way to reduce lot fees versus actually a bona fide purchase contract.
I would expect that with the licensing that we require for realtors and in that sale that would fall under unethical practices and would not be allowed. I mean, we can't prevent people from breaking the law or engaging in unfair practices, but I think under the lease agreement that between park owners and mobile home owners is that it could be spelled out that would not be a case, because the park owner has to be involved from the get-go. They're the first one that's being informed that the mobile home is going up for sale. So they would then be able to track it. They're now part of that process.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, generally, I really like the idea behind the bill and the transparency and the specificity. It's just, some of the little details. So, and again, a situation where you're required to use a licensed real estate agent. Sometimes transactions happen without a licensed real estate agent. What if you had a transaction between family members, or maybe people can't afford to pay the brokerage fees? Wouldn't it make sense to say it's not a requirement whether or not you have a licensed agent, but it's that there's a good contract, that there's not a good reason that the owner is denying?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think people should have the ability to go, transfer their property without having to go through a licensed realtor. But even if they don't use one and they're doing it on their own, they still have to notify the park owner. And that's in current law.
Go ahead.
Right. And so I guess my own little, nitpick really is talking on the first page where the buyer or the purchaser has the opportunity to complete a written agreement for the required repairs. My concern comes when you have a situation where the purchaser and the seller don't agree on something happens. Either, oh, well, you did the repairs, but you didn't do them right. Or you did the repairs, but it wasn't the right material, or whatever. Or, oh, you did the repairs. Actually, now that you fixed my house, you know what? I don't want to sell it anymore. I'm going to cancel the contract. Now you have a situation where is that purchaser supposed to get a mechanic's lien against the manufactured housing? Or I just see a lot of potential for really, really sticky legal conflict where the purchaser is paying for repairs for property that they don't own yet.
I understand your concern, but I've bought and sold several properties, and I mean, in my experience, the purchaser makes those repairs after the sale, and in this bill, it allows them 60 days. So once the sale is closed, the purchaser has 60 days to make those repairs. So they wouldn't be done before the sale is complete, and that written agreement for the purchaser to make those would have to be very specific, and it would have to be an agreement with the park owner. But I thank you for your questions, and I am open to amendment if there are some things. I think the bulk of this bill is very good. It's going to help buyers and sellers and park owners by establishing expectations. So even if there are some little tweaks that can be corrected through amendment, I'm very open to do that. Thank you.
Representative, I'm just curious what this bill is aiming to solve. I guess under current law, there's nothing preventing a purchaser and a seller from negotiating the repair responsibilities as it is. So I guess I'm saying, like, what does this solve other than just put more red tape on real estate transactions?
I don't think it's really adding red tape, Representative. Thank you for the question. I think it's just establishing expectation. It's leaving less things up for interpretation. It's putting things in black and white. And I think we all know when you know what your expectations are, it's clear. So we're not going to have issues where a park owner may have one idea of what the repairs and improvements they're expecting, but it's misinterpreted by the owner of the mobile home or the purchaser. So I think having clear expectations that are very specific will actually facilitate the sale. But I think what you'll hear from my constituent who will speak next is just how this current law doesn't work and how it can really impede us making this type of housing available to people.
So just to follow up, I see this as like, you compare it to like I sell my condo, right? And there might be like a ceiling repair that needs somewhere. Wouldn't you just put it in the purchase and sales agreement and say, like, in the negotiating process and what you're going to charge somebody for purchasing the property, wouldn't you put it in the purchase and sales agreement and you wouldn't need to outline it all in law? I mean, I'm concerned about putting it all in law. Like, we already, if somebody doesn't want to make the repairs that they feel is sufficient to buy the manufactured housing park or manufactured house, like, they don't have to buy the property, right? Like, they can negotiate themselves exactly what they need to purchase, what they want to purchase it. And if that doesn't work, then they just won't buy it. And then my concern is, if there are enough legitimate offers, you could see them reducing park fees like over and over and over again, just because they don't want to make certain repairs to the property. Like, I just see this being like way too much in one bill. Like, if you condensed it, maybe like I could consider it, but how would you respond to that?
Well, no, thank you. I think what's really unique about the sale of mobile home parks, it's not just between the buyer and the seller. The park owner has veto power. The park owner still has veto power. So, and the park owner is, if somebody wants to sell their mobile home, the next person they contact is the park owner. They have to give them notice. And the park owner is part of that process. The park owner has full control over what repairs and improvements need to happen before that even goes on the market. So we don't see that in a condo sale. It's really just between the buyer and the seller. But the park owner's role in this is really what's driving this legislation. And what's really the basis for current law is their ability to demand what has to happen before that property goes on sale. They can reject a buyer. You'll hear from my constituent about his experience where it took he couldn't get it sold to the third buyer, even when there was a cash sale on the table. So, requiring the park owner to say, okay, I have veto power over the buyer, that's still in place, based on these considerations, based on these requirements. So right up front, if there's a real estate agent, the seller knows exactly what the buyer has to meet in order to be able to pursue that purchase.
Thank you.
So that's the real unique thing about that, is the role of the park owner. And we're trying to really just establish expectations and timing so that park owner's role does not unnecessarily hinder the sale of the property.
Thank you, Representative.
Yeah.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Greg Weiner. Weiner.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to speak today. So, my name is Greg Weiner. I live in Merrimack. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience as it relates to the proposed changes to the RSA 205. My mother passed away in February of last year, and I served as the executor of her estate. She had limited financial resources. Her primary assets were her car, which she owned outright, and her natural mobile home where she lived. She paid $510 a month to the mobile home park while on a fixed income. Selling the car was straightforward. The challenges began when I started the process of selling the mobile home. Working with the realtor, I notified the park manager and requested an inspection in accordance with the park rules in the law. The park manager provided an itemized list of repairs, and 2 items were particularly concerning about this. So the first one was removal of, oh, bless you, removal of a shed on the property, and the replacement of any and all rotting boards. Regarding the shed, I contacted the park management to explain that the shed had already been on the property when my mother purchased the home, and was not required to be removed per the current law. I attempted to work out a reasonable compromise, and the reply I received from the park was that I could always remove the mobile home from the park if I didn't like it. Removing the mobile home was not a realistic option, but the longer I tried to fight the issue, the more I had to continue paying the $510 fee into perpetuity, potentially, right? Since I needed to settle the estate, I ultimately removed the shed. With me having to continue paying the monthly fee, the park management had no incentive to work out a compromise. The second issue, replacing any and all rotting boards, was so vague that it could have required infinite repairs. I even asked for an itemized list of which boards they wanted me to remove, and this also included the existing deck, the remaining shed, and the house. So it was very vague. When I raised the concerns about the ambiguity, I was told that compliance was mandatory, and if I wanted permission to sell, and that the park alone would decide when the work done was sufficient. I even asked the park management if they would identify the boards, which I had mentioned, to which they refused. At that point, my only options were to either forfeit the value of the home or comply while continuing to pay the $510 a month fee. And as you can imagine, as I'm sitting here trying to sell this home, I'm in my mind, I'm saying, well, how long am I going to have to pay this $510 fee? And is it going to basically wipe out the value of the mobile home? I eventually received approval to sell and then began the next step, securing approval for buyers. The first week on the market, I accepted a cash offer. The buyers completed all the paperwork, and a week before closing, the park declined the application without any explanation. I asked for the criteria used to evaluate applicants and received no response. My real estate agent also reached out multiple times to the park management and never heard back. And again, I felt this was pure bullying tactics in my mind, right? We moved onto a second buyer. This applicant had more than $10 million in the bank, and he had a statement showing that she had $10 million in the bank, and was purchasing the home with cash for her niece. Because the niece could not pass the credit check and both names were to be on the deed, the park denied the application. Even after I proposed solutions such as the aunt guaranteeing payments or providing additional background checks for the niece. And really the answer I got was, I'm not going to deal with a cosigner. And I kind of tried to compromise with the park management, essentially saying, well, ultimately it's a win-win for the park, right? You have your money guaranteed, and at the same time we want to make sure that I totally understand the park's position, that they want to make sure that the niece is not a risk to the park. And he totally did not buy that, right? He would not even entertain that thought. So all the proposed solutions were rejected. A third buyer was finally approved and the home was eventually sold. I share this experience to highlight several gaps in the current law that negatively affect both buyers and sellers and ultimately hinder access to affordable housing. First one, the park has no financial incentive to act efficiently, since they continue receiving the full monthly fee throughout the process. And to address your comment, Representative, as far as that's part of the reason why we didn't go to zero, right? We said, all right, they got to keep paying the park something, right? So we didn't want to, we kind of took that into account and said, you know what, we'll go down 75% and at least the park still gets paid. So there's, to try and kind of put aside those risks, right? Let's see. Oh yeah, so the inspection process needs clarity and flexibility, allowing either the buyer or seller to take responsibility for repairs, as opposed to holding up the sale until the seller finishes the repairs and requiring a repair list. So to speak to, I know there were questions there related to that one, and I would like to address those. Today, the way the law is written, the park owner can decline, not even let the sale go through. In there, the seller has to keep doing whatever repairs the park manager wants. The proposal here is that they can negotiate an agreement. The seller can, if they want, they can put some payment towards the buyer, right? And then as long as there's an agreement there, they can go ahead with the sale. And after the fact, after the sale, the repairs can be done, not holding up the sale. And third, there is no requirement for the parks to provide clear, objective buyer approval criteria, leaving decisions opaque and inconsistent. And lastly, communications from the park management was extremely difficult. And in my case, they didn't respond at all to the licensed real estate agent that was working on my behalf. So mobile homes are a very affordable housing option for young people and older people, such as my mother. The changes in House Bill 1218 will significantly help sales and purchases in this market and strengthen consumer protections. In closing, I want to thank the committee for listening to my testimony and ask that you pass House Bill 1218. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? Representative Miles.
Hi, thank you so much
Yes.
for being here. Was it your mom that lives in Merrimack, or do you also live in Merrimack as well?
I live in Merrimack. My mom was in Nashua, actually, which is where the park was.
Oh, okay. I'm also from Merrimack. I represent you as well.
Yes,
Nice to meet you. So yes, I was just wondering if you're comfortable sharing the park's name to the committee. If not, that's fine.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
will. It's the Rogers Park in Nashua.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I see no other questions. Thank you for
Okay.
your testimony.
Thank you.
Abby Bronson.
Thank
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name's Abby Bronson. I'm with the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. I'm here today in opposition to HB 1218 as written. RSA 205A, hugely important law for protecting manufactured homeowners and their rights. That's what gives manufactured homeowners the rights and opportunity under the law to submit a competing offer to buy their park and run it as a resident-owned cooperative. But those rules also apply to resident-owned communities as operators of those communities. So all of these requirements are in play for resident-owned communities as well. And when we're talking about a resident-owned community, we're talking about the community run by a volunteer board of directors. They're the ones going through this selling process. And I just want to raise in particular a concern with the 2-day turnaround time in this bill. For resident-owned communities, that would represent the third different timeline for response in the sale of a home. There's the 14 days in current law. Last year, this body passed additional transparency requirements exclusively for resident-owned communities. So that includes making sure that buyers have access to the bylaws of the community, ongoing like capital improvement project, some financial information. That's a 10-day turnaround time. This would then be 2 days. That's a lot to keep track of for any one person, let alone this volunteer board of directors. So I just wanted to raise that specific concern and how it would impact how these communities operate, but absolutely understand and appreciate the intention behind the bill of providing more transparency for buyers and sellers during the process, and wanting to make that very clear for folks.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Bollier.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, are there things in the bill as it's currently written, which you would be neutral on, or you think would be good ideas? Is it really just the 2-day turnaround, or?
The 2-day turnaround is the biggest concern for us. The rent reductions would be hard for our communities to absorb. So it's concerning, but the places that we could be neutral, I mean, some of the points that you raised and Representative Rung raised at the beginning, those additional transparency points, that's happening for our communities really already. They're providing clear application and membership guidelines. And often when folks, if the buyer's getting denied, it is because of a credit check or something pinging on the background check. So appreciate the question. And I would say the transparency, the beginning of the bill, we're very neutral, if not positive on.
Representative Newell, then Representative Dumont.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, I'm thinking about the difference between a single owner and a resident-owned community and kind of what that looks like in practice. I'm thinking that maybe it makes sense to differentiate in those different instances. So when it is a resident-owned community, can you talk a little bit about, maybe it's not the same in every place, but there is volunteer board, and then what that process looks like of approval, rather than it just being one sole owner? How does the process play out typically in a resident-owned community?
Thank you for the question. So in a resident-owned community, the whole board would vote to approve that membership. And generally, the vote is just like almost a rubber stamp because the fair housing laws that are in play, if you meet all the membership criteria, again, the credit and background check, you can't just deny someone because you don't like the person. But you would still have that vote by the board of directors, which is in particular why the 2 days ends up being kind of difficult. If someone's not in the community that week, they're out on vacation, it just takes a little bit more time for them to get that approval. So.
What I'm thinking about is kind of the timeline. Of course, if there's someone who is on the board who wouldn't be there available to vote, that would be one thing. But, for example, how often does the board meet? And then, if it's a situation like where there's a pending sale that needs approval, would they meet specifically for that at an earlier, on an expedited timeline in order to do that, or would it be at the next board meeting? So two questions. How often does the board typically meet, and would this wait until the next board meeting?
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. No, I'm sorry. I didn't quite get at what you were asking. So they meet monthly, but in an instance where they have maybe just had their meeting, they have measures that they can take to make decisions outside of the normal board meeting process. So that's typically where this would fall. I can get you the exact details of how that plays out, but to not impede the sale, they can make actions in between those monthly board meetings.
Thank you.
Oh, Representative Dumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you think of a way that would be possible to incentivize a park owner to operate a little faster, possibly not to impede the sale of the property, so that way we would be able to balance the rights of the park owners and obviously the real estate investment from the manufactured homeowner?
I appreciate the question. I don't know that I have a good answer for you off the top of my head of the right way to make sure that both parties are incentivized to move quickly. I will say for resident-owned communities, there is just the sense of community, so that their incentives are a little bit different. It's not just the rent income that's coming in. It's, they're picking what their community is going to look like and their neighbors. And so, so their incentive is often in addition to the money. So they're a little bit more want to make the sale happen as well.
Yeah, if you could, and maybe take it back to some of your communities to see what they would think, because I would think it's important for this committee to balance definitely the park owners and their rights as property owners, as well as the time is of the essence in a sense of the sale of the property of the manufactured home. So if there's a way that you guys would think of being able to balance that, that's fair to both sides. I would appreciate hearing that.
Absolutely.
Representative Bollier.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So Representative Dumont's line of questioning, made me think, and I'm not as familiar with manufactured home parks. Because it's a ground lease, is it like regular residential leases where there's also a security deposit, or are there typically not security deposits when you're paying ground rent?
It's a good question. For resident-owned communities, because of the way that they're structured, there is a modest membership fee to be part of the consumer cooperative. I don't believe that they pay the same kind of, but I could be incorrect about that, so I want to make sure.
Go ahead.
So, like, just to follow up, there's not any amount of money that they're getting refunded at the end of the tenancy the way you would with a security deposit.
I do actually believe their membership goes back if they do move out, that specific consumer cooperative membership fee, but it's a pretty low fee that goes back to them.
I'm going to let Representative Hegner.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of correct some people. So there's a purchase and sale agreement, and there's a date that needs to be met on that purchase and sale agreement. If that date is not met, and if it's on the seller's side of the table that has disrupted this date, then the contract is now null and void unless they come back to the table and agree. And it gives the ability of the buyer to sue the seller. So that's one thing. But on the association dues each month, just like a condominium or a townhouse, the title insurance company reaches out to the park owner, has to get a park owner consent, and usually requires us as the title insurance company to collect first month's rent that is delivered to the park owner at the time of closing. That's how it works.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Higgs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not as familiar with these situations either. Can you help me understand? So in the case we heard before, the park in Nashua, there's really no incentive for the park owner to do anything because the park owner could collect over $6,000 a year. So why shouldn't there be some restrictions or some better protections for the owners in these parks?
Thank you for the question. I am not opposed to creating more protections for folks. I just want to make sure that it's not overly burdensome for resident-owned communities in particular. So I absolutely hear that point. I will say to clarify a little bit before to Representative Dumont's point, for resident-owned communities, part of when you join up in the community, there is this expectation and encouragement that you are participating, that you are volunteering on that board of directors or supporting the community. So it's not you want the house to sell so you have more folks that are willing to participate in your board and that you have that. But I absolutely hear and understand the intent behind that bill. So behind this bill.
Representative Bollier.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sorry for the back and forth. I'm just really trying to think about what exactly would be something, that incentive that would be acceptable, but at the same time also protect. So that was my line of questioning related to security deposits, because with a landlord, if the landlord, for instance, doesn't return the security deposit, doesn't make note about the reasons why they're withholding some of the security deposit, it gets refunded to the tenant, and then there's a multiplier on that as well. That provides an incentive. So I'm wondering if maybe there's some kind of multiplier based on the membership fee, if the landlord or if the association's not moving fast enough, is maybe, or a multiplier based on the ground rent or some other thing, to where it's an incentive just the way landlords are incentivized with the return of security deposits. That's what I was getting at.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. Yeah, I think, ultimately it is the decision of the committee, and but I do think some kind of incentive that you all are talking about would be important and maybe a good balance, as long as it is it does meet whatever criteria that the community has set as their standards for membership. So, if that buyer, it's not just the first prospective purchaser of a home as written in this bill, it's the first prospective purchaser that meets community guidelines as you have to provide to the seller at the beginning.
Other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the last pink card I have is Kathy Snyder.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wasn't anticipating speaking today, but I feel so strongly about this and for what happened to my client that I'm going to. So I own Monument Realty in Hollis, New Hampshire. I've been a broker for 24 years representing New Hampshire and Mass clients. I happen to be the #1 agent for Merrimack, Camp Sargent Road Co-op. I've sold 90% of all the sales probably in the last 10 years. So I know everything there is to know about a co-op. Greg asked me to list his mom's house in Rogers, which historically is challenging for most of us agents in the field. So I will say that there are no rules that are provided to me as a real estate broker to guide other agents in their attempt to make an offer for their client. That's frustrating. We don't get to give them rules or regulations or what criteria they need to meet, so we're not wasting our time on credit and background checks. So my understanding is they do a credit, criminal, and eviction background check on everybody that is going to be possibly accepted into any park, whether it's Camp Sargent Road Co-op or to Rogers. I find cooperatives, they're very well organized and structured with their board of directors because it is a resident-owned community. Their motivation, I feel, is intentional and worthy. The single owner mobile home parks can be challenging for sure. But they turn around they usually collect an initiation fee at closing, and they do return that after closing to the owner very quickly, to answer that question previously from Representative Bolio. So they're very good about maintaining documentation and records. I will say that when Greg asked me to list his property, he interestingly dropped a nugget to me saying, Rogers wants to buy my mother's home, or they wanted to list it for him. I'm sure you're all aware that we're tearing down properties and building $400,000 double wide mobile homes these days. If you've looked around, there's a lot of them. They're very expensive on top of the park rent. So I said to Greg, did you want to have Rogers sell your home? And he's like, no, I want you to. Great. We moved forward with the listing. I secured a very solid offer for more money than I think we listed it for. And like Greg said, we waited a week until closing before we were denied. We got no reason. Now, for me, I would be sued for discrimination if I didn't provide a reason as to why I wasn't renting a property to somebody or why an offer didn't get accepted. I found it unbelievable that no explanation was provided. And we went back on the market. I secured another buyer by myself, saving about 3% to my seller by securing that second buyer, who provided her entire IRS financials, to which the park abused her incessantly, saying, we need to speak to your accountant. She gave them bank statements, but they wanted her to go get all these things. It was a nightmare. She walked away as a result of the park. Who would want to live in a park like that if this is how they're going to treat people on their way in? So she was out. We went on with another buyer who was financed. I guess the bank approved them. They were good to go. They had the credit. They made it through. However, that cost my client $50,000 from the time we went under agreement to the time we closed. That's the cost differential between the first purchase and sales to the final. 163, we sold for 128, plus commissions, because I didn't bring that buyer. We never got any information at all. Like Greg said, the information, we're at the mercy of the of Rogers, single owner mobile home park, who demands and mandates what can be done and what and when. We don't ask the buyer to typically pay for those fees to prep the property for market. The seller bears that expense, so they get the approval and the okay to sell. But I will say that during this process, we felt that there was so much pressure that we honestly felt that Rogers wanted to buy this mobile home at a discount to tear it down and put up a new home. And at the $128,000 price point, I mean, Greg and I had already discussed, do we need to reduce to 99 to get this property sold? It wasn't a pleasant experience, and I experience this all the time. I have a lot of experience with both sides of these mobile home parks, and there's a significant difference. And I think it would be great if agents could advise buyers up front, this is what you're going to need to qualify. If you have a criminal record, you're not going to make it. Or if you have a credit score that's less than 650, you're not going to make it. But if a buyer can show up and pay $163,000 in cash and then get denied because they can't afford a $500 monthly fee, is suspicious on its face. I don't know if there's anything else I wanted to speak to on here. I will say that the tearing down of the shed, it was mandated that that be torn down. There were 2 sheds, and there was a new law passed that saying there could only be 1 shed. So the park was in their rights to ask them to tear down a perfectly good shed, which again costs money for tear down and removal, but it also cost perceived value to a buyer, which is also something else. I don't think I have anything else to say unless you have any questions for me that I might have missed or I can answer for you for real estate purposes.
Thank you for your testimony. Does anybody have any questions? I don't see any.
I was
Thank
so
you.
perfect. Nobody had a
It was
question.
perfect. Yes.
Oh my gosh, I
very
love
much.
you all. Have a great day. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1218? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1218. And you're in luck. I accidentally scheduled a bill that we already had a public hearing for at 11:30. So it is lunchtime. I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1764. I'm going to apologize. I took my coat off. It is so hot in here. So if you feel the need to take your coat off, I'm not going to,
At least you brought
call the sergeant at arms or anything. So just please enjoy yourself here today. I want to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Erica DeVries, to introduce her bill. Welcome.
I said good morning, actually. Good afternoon. Chairman Alexander, Vice Chairman Cole, yes, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this bill. Like all of you, I am deeply concerned about New Hampshire's housing crisis. Our housing shortage is making life too expensive for people who live here. It's so expensive that people aren't able to save, or they're putting off major life decisions like starting families. The shortage means vacancy rates for apartments are less than 1%. And as you know, with every $100 median rent increase, there is a 9% increase in our unhoused population. New Hampshire is one of the oldest states in the country. Our high housing prices and lack of supply are driving young people out of the state because they are unable to gain footing on the property ladder. The housing shortage is preventing people from relocating here, people who would add to our economy, and without sufficient workforce, Granite State businesses are struggling. We all know that New Hampshire has to increase our housing stock faster than we are doing currently, and while housing production did reach a 20-year high in 2025 with 5,800 units added, we still fell short of the pace that's needed. Now, I'd like to take a major turn in what I'm talking about, and hopefully it will make sense. I'll ask for you to bear with me, but I want to talk to you about something that I actually learned in the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church continues to face a major priest shortage, not enough priests to serve the number of parishes. And in some dioceses, in most actually dioceses and archdioceses, that necessitated parish closures. And which ones were closed were typically top-down decisions that were made by bishops, archbishops, or cardinals. In some dioceses, though, they embraced decision-making through something called the principle of subsidiarity. That is the idea that decisions are most just and most effective when made at the most local level that can responsibly make those decisions. In my home diocese, instead of a top-down solution to a statewide priest shortage problem, the bishop in the early aughts went with a local control and local decision-making approach. He put groups of parishes into what they called clusters and told them how many priests they would have in 5 years' time. No priest would be permitted to celebrate more than 4 masses per weekend. The bishop then told the clusters that unless they wanted the diocese to make the decision about which church is closed and which survived, that the parishes joined together in each cluster would create their own plan for mission and ministry, parochial education, for scheduling masses, for maintaining church buildings, and for resource development and budgeting. Obviously, there was great consternation and some foot stomping, but everyone faced a choice. They could either have a voice in their future and shape it themselves, or someone who didn't know their communities as well, their culture as well, and their needs as well would make that decision for them. So every cluster got to work building a plan. Diocesan experts provided help and expertise, but they were forbidden from dictating direction or decisions. The plans that people generated locally included some incredibly difficult and some very creative solutions. Every cluster's plan was unique. Every solution was different. People made decisions that caused some of them great sadness, like closing the very churches that they themselves built, also that the Catholic Church would continue to have the greatest ministerial presence. Whatever plan they built, they then proceeded to work that plan and make hard changes because they were the plan's architects and they owned its success or its failures. It was a bit of a carrot and a stick approach. The bishop had to solve a problem that was greater than any one parish, an insufficient number of priests, and a need to create that environment where the Catholic Church continued to meet the needs of the faithful. The people also had a problem too, but they needed the structure of the larger church to organize a response. They had goals and they had deadlines, but they also had the flexibility of determining how it was that they responded. So back to housing. The church certainly isn't a perfect analogy for the state of New Hampshire, but I took something away from the church that informed the development of this bill. New Hampshire's towns and cities and businesses have a shared problem, insufficient workforce housing, which is contributing to higher costs for everyone. It is the rare town, because change is required to address the problem, that is going to make major changes absent some sort of real consequence. We see some municipalities that are doing more than others. Not infrequently, those who are sitting it out, those towns or cities that are sitting it out, are towns with high property tax values and very low property tax rates. Our current approach, one without appreciable financial incentives or financial consequences, allows everyone to maintain the status quo and for the problem to persist. But every town and city in New Hampshire should be contributing to solving our shared problem, and the only entity that can make that happen is the state. This bill takes that principle of subsidiarity and applies it to our shared housing problem. I think most people agree that there are three core obstacles to building the housing that we need. The first is local barriers to density, or what we might call NIMBYism or restrictive zoning. Local land use rules often prevent the housing types that are cheapest per unit, particularly dense housing and multifamily dwellings. Restrictive zoning has real consequences. Less supply means higher prices. Many communities are still using zoning in ways that limit housing supply and affordability, and we all understand why it is that towns do that to keep their property tax burdens low. So when it comes to the housing crisis, most municipalities take a deep breath and hope they can outlast their neighbors and that someone else will add to the housing stock. If some other town will make the changes, then the holdout towns gain the benefit without its residents' taxes going up. It's not at all illogical. This bill responds to that challenge by creating financial disincentives for local inaction and financial incentives for action. By setting community goals and attaching fiscal consequences, we provide the strongest motivation to reform local regulations. This bill does not seek to punish towns. It aligns incentives so that each community does its fair share in solving a statewide crisis. Construction costs, including materials and labor, are high everywhere, but supply increase can mitigate some of the upward pressure. More production, especially of multifamily developments with workforce housing components, leverages economies of scale and reduces per unit development costs. This bill would help to increase supply by giving communities incentives to permit housing where barriers previously existed. And finally, financing gaps. Many good projects with local support still stall because of financing gaps. This legislation creates a revenue mechanism that can be used to fill those gaps for shovel-ready projects, helping to get them built faster rather than letting them hover in development limbo. You might think of it as a sin tax delivered through property tax bills, a way to generate funds while nudging positive behavior. And the funds would be allocated based on readiness, help in a revolving loan fund, helping New Hampshire to add housing as fast as possible. The bill empowers municipalities to create their own solutions. It trusts the people who live there to choose the tools that they want to use, whether it's TIF financing, adjusting their zoning, investing municipal funds in workforce housing, or a combination of the above, and I'm confident that there would be more creative and better solutions than I can possibly envision to create an environment where more workforce housing is built. And if the municipality doesn't hit its goals, then they receive the help they need to create a workable plan, but it remains their plan, not the state's. When they have invested in creating it and the people who live there can see how they are doing against other municipalities, then they will know whether they are part of the solution or part of the problem. It adds transparency. It tells Granite Staters whether their town is doing its part. It is practically unanimous in New Hampshire. The affordability of housing is a huge problem. When people know they have a goal, they will rise up to meet it. Given the incredible sensitivity to rising property taxes, which I share and I am concerned about, especially as they affect seniors on fixed incomes and young adults, I believe that when Granite Staters learn that their town or city has a choice, then they're going to advocate for and vote for solutions. If this bill were to become law, then people in their towns and cities will advocate for solutions that respect local control, that avail of local knowledge, and that are good fits for the character of their specific community. For those reasons, I ask that you vote ought to pass instead of sending this to interim study. I would be happy to assist with any amendments that would help to get this over the finish line or assist with making those changes in the other body. I welcome your questions and will do my level best to answer them.
Questions for Representative Rees? Representative Howland.
My question really is about the time frame of it. So, you know, the I don't know what you're going to call your penalties or whatever incentives,
Financial incentives.
financial nudging incentives, would start in 2028, and this bill would start in 2026. But for all SB2 towns and towns that work by town meeting, they would not have an opportunity to change their zoning until March of 2027, which would give them less than 1 year, calendar year, to be able to meet their housing target. Do you think that's a little ambitious?
I think first, thank you for the question. Second, I think we need to be ambitious. And third, if it would help with the passage, I'd be very happy to adjust the timeline to give another year for municipalities to prepare.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. As I'm reading through, I'm thinking about, we're being part of the Monadnock Resource Alliance. Part of what we did was we tried to bring together different planning boards and zoning boards from smaller communities. We realized I live in Keene. It's a city. We have paid staff. But of course, in a lot of the communities around us, more rural communities, it's all volunteer. So it's difficult to kind of do the updating and all of those kind of things. We also had incentives at the HOP grants that were for towns who wanted to do that. I don't think that's available anymore. But there are different, there have been kind of different coming together things. My concern is with the penalties, particularly because it's around targets of workforce housing. And it's not necessarily that the zoning is going to do everything. You have to have developers, you know what I mean, or whoever wants to. Not every community is going to be able to meet that and being punished on the other end of it if they aren't able to do that. Something that isn't necessarily within their control is a tough sell for me. The rest of it, wonderful, but the idea of having penalties for it, I'm curious how you would justify that for more rural communities who may not necessarily have control over them.
Well, I think thank you for your question. And I'm not sure that I have a perfect answer for it by any stretch. There are all kinds of different tools that can be brought to bear by towns that are outside of zoning changes. So that's probably not the only thing that they can do. They can look at tax increment financing. Many towns have funds that they can invest. They can look at their infrastructure, but the goals would also be set at the state level. And one of the things that they would be looking at, I believe, included in the bill, is the amount of workforce housing that exists now. So it would be a different target for every town based upon infrastructure, redevelopable land. And so I'm not sure that a rural town, and I think that I hear what you're saying is they don't have full control, but what they can do is create an environment where that's more likely to happen. And then this bill provides a funding mechanism that helps to close the gap for developers.
Just to clarify though, when we're talking about what the penalties, when the penalties would kick in, it says on page 2, just right up at the top of it, special assessments for underperformance beginning in 2028. Any municipality that falls below 50% of their cumulative workforce housing targets shall be subject to a special property assessment. So in my reading, and correct me if I'm wrong, in my reading, it's not based on the town taking the steps necessary to appeal, to facilitate more housing, but it's based on actual how much housing is built, right?
You're 100% correct. It is based upon how much workforce housing would be added in that community as a percentage of that municipality's goal. So if your municipality had a goal of 100 workforce housing units under the bill as currently written, if you fell below 50%, that's at the point when the penalty would kick in. So the town, without a financial disincentive or nudge, there's not it's sort of what we're experiencing now. If there's not a consequence, then there's probably not going to be a lot of change, and towns are going to have a hard time getting zoning or other changes implemented because there's no consequence to me as a property owner.
Thank you.
I have I have a question because I feel like maybe I'm lobbying for the municipal association right now, which I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's in the water today.
Chairman.
But I'm looking at section 1. The Department of Business Economic Affairs, in partnership with the Regional Planning Commission, shall establish housing targets. Where's the municipal contribution to their own targets? So are we saying like a regional commission sets their targets and then municipalities have no say in the targets that they need to reach, and then if they don't reach those targets, they get taxed?
The property
basically
owners
it.
over a certain level. Yes, you're correct. And I recognize that after reading the fiscal note, that was the comment that the municipal association added. There are no provisions for an appeal or hardship waiver process for municipalities seeking to challenge their assigned housing targets. So if this would make it, if it would make it palatable, there could be a provision added.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'm all in favor of penalizing towns that aren't building enough housing. Sometimes like they do it on purpose, but what really is bothering me is that they have no say in what their targets are.
I am not opposed to them having a say in that process whatsoever, as long as there are some metrics that guide the initial goal setting.
Okay.
So I would be completely open to an amendment that gave them a voice in it. I don't think that the state should have a voice in how it is that, well, maybe that might be a little too broad of a statement, but the idea behind this is that if the municipalities create their own solutions within certain guardrails, having targets, that those targets are clear, then they're more likely to develop creative solutions. And if you think, with your experience in this area, that the municipalities having a voice or an appeal mechanism, I'm completely open to that
Okay. Thank you.
and would appreciate it.
Okay. Representative Page, did you have my question or you have a different one? Okay. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's sort of a follow-up on Rep. Newell's question. I'm wondering basically if there's a different way we can measure the municipal effort. I know ultimately we want this outcome, which is the housing we need. I think what Rep. Newell is indicating, which I know from my own experience locally, is that the municipal goodwill and action is not the only barrier to actually getting the housing built. As one example, we've got a developer in Conway right now that is gung-ho to go on putting a whole phase 2, phase 3 of this project in, and they're hitting a major roadblock because they are from DOT getting an unexpected expense that they have to put in a new center turn lane way down beyond where the traffic study said they had to. So all of a sudden they're saying, I don't know if we can do these phases, right? The municipality has really done its piece all along to try to shepherd that along, right? So at the end of the day, my concern is, are we penalizing, is the municipality kind of the scapegoat in a situation like that? And is there a different way that we can be measuring whether the municipality is stepping up and doing their piece?
That's a great question. Again, I'm not sure I have a satisfactory answer. But in those circumstances, so one of the things that this bill creates is a revolving loan fund. So that can be used for infrastructure as it relates to workforce housing. So when you said phase 2 and phase 3 and they need another lane, funds could be made available for that if the projects are ready and set to go. The Department of did you say Transportation? That is a different challenge, I suppose, and this bill does not address that. You're correct, but I am of a belief that if the towns are opening up development and creating as many pathways as possible, and because the demand is so high, that we will find ways to meet these targets. The other thing is that these penalties only kick in, and this was by design, that the goal be set at 125% of what our needs are, and that the penalties only, I believe, kick in at 50 when a municipality. So it doesn't hold. Say, for example, I'm from Hampton. that our target this year were 100 workforce housing units. And if we fell short, we only built 50, that's the point at which that penalty would kick in. Lower than that suggests that there's a rather significant, I think, a rather significant failure to deliver. And we may have all the best intentions of the world, but that isn't going to keep a family warm at night. And that is what my concern is that unless we have actual deliverables that need to be met with financial incentives to match those, that we're simply not going to be able to build our way out of this because of roadblocks, impediments, or just an insufficiently sowed field that we can be working in.
Representative Dumont.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Is the intent of this to tax the municipality as a whole or individual property owners that exceed this value within that municipality?
Thank you for your question. It's the latter. It's the property. The municipalities would only collect the financial, the extra property tax and immediately remit that to the state. So it would not actually, well, it would be inaccurate for me to say that there wouldn't be a financial impact. As Representative Newell shared earlier, there may be some costs associated with changing zoning, for example. The collection of those, increased fees and infrastructure-related costs to create the environment for more housing. But the financial impact would be borne by those with higher value properties assessed at higher values, not the municipality.
So we're going to tax the people that are already paying a majority of the taxes in the town based on a status of the municipality didn't follow through on housing standards?
Well, it's a great question or statement. Do you want me to respond to that?
I would love to.
Okay, fantastic. So the town's governance is determined by the people who live in the community. I'm not sure. I think it probably differs municipality by municipality who bears the weight and who bears the financial burden of the property taxes, whether or not it's a town like mine, for example, and that's my best frame of reference. I apologize, but a town like mine, there's a lot of low income and middle income stock. And while there are properties that are on the north end of $1.5 million, they do not carry I believe, the weight of the property tax burden. They may pay more because there's more value there. So yes, we would be adding property tax. I am the individual who proposed higher property taxes for people, but it is a choice that the municipalities would be making. And because one of the greatest impediments, I believe, is restrictive zoning in creating more housing, in order to get people on the side, and sometimes, and I'm not trying to be, I don't know who votes what way in the voting booth, but if the people who are on the higher end of the property tax scale have an incentive to create more stock at the lower end of that scale, the idea is that they will buy in as partners and help to lead their town governance in the right direction. You may not agree with that. The look on your face suggests you might not, Representative. However,
Just to clarify that, I think, obviously there's still only one vote. They wouldn't have the ability to sway an entire form of government, regardless of how much they're paying in taxes. But I do have one follow-up to that, if you'll. How does taxing an apartment complex that's above this value more create more housing in the future? Wouldn't you inevitably be creating an issue for the people who are already renting that affordable housing? Because when their taxes go up, or when the tax on that property goes up, their rent is going to increase.
that's a great question. And I think that I agree with you that maybe that there's an exception created for properties that have a certain amount of multifamily housing. I think that's a great point.
Go ahead, Representative Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What about municipalities whose populations are shrinking and they don't need to build housing?
That's a great question too. So I think that one of the criteria that the state would be looking at when they're setting the housing targets were developable land, water infrastructure, public transportation. So some of those towns would probably be in those areas without public transportation. They would have lower targets, and existing workforce housing stock. I believe then if the populations are shrinking, that those municipalities probably already have higher workforce housing stock, so they would get tagged with lower targets.
Representative Grant.
You mentioned incentives. What kind of incentives are you envisioning?
Thank you for your question, and I'll try and answer it. And if I don't hit it on the head, please ask me a follow up. The incentives, I think, are as a higher property. Say, for example, my home is assessed at $1.5 million in value. The incentive for me is to make sure that I'm not paying a higher property tax value. And so then I'm going to engage with my municipal government. I'm going to engage with the planning board. I might even put together a citizens warrant article in order to create an environment for more housing. Putting pressure on the select board around, or city council around, tax increment finance zones. There are many different ways that people, sometimes it's an incentive, sometimes it's a disincentive. The incentive would be, my incentive would be that I don't want to pay taxes as high or pay these penalties. And so therefore I'm creating an environment in my community that we have conversations around housing and come up with hopefully positive solutions. Did I come even close, Representative Grant?
Good.
So you're increasing the population by increasing workforce housing, which increases the budget of the town. Are the taxes on the workforce housing going to cover that difference?
Again, another great question. When it tends to be that when there is more housing stock, there are going to be some higher costs, right? So we have an issue, I think most agree in our state, that the property taxes tend to go up with more school-age children. And that's something that this bill is not going to, it's not the Education Committee, I'm not able to address that. But yes, there are going to be higher costs, but in theory, if you have more housing, then there's also greater value, and that hopefully that will balance out. And the communities can figure out, they would be the ones who would be deciding what type of housing, how they're creating it, if they're 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units, or at least they wouldn't control it, but they'd influence it.
All right, everyone all set? I think we have Representative Page.
This is an "Are you aware?" question.
The answer is probably not.
Are you aware that New Hampshire school costs? And they concluded, looking at evidence statewide over many years, that the housing development actually more than pays for the increased school costs.
That was probably rattling around somewhere in my brain. So you are disabusing a notion that that there are higher school costs with more development. Thank you very much for correcting that, and ever so kindly.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you so
Appreciate it,
much. Thanks for having me.
Of course. David Bates.
Hi, how are you? My name is David Bates. I grew up in the Lakes region, where I worked in my 20s as a real estate appraiser, in addition to Grafton and Merrimack County. I became very concerned about the housing crisis as it sharpened after 2018, 2019, and filed several petition warrant articles in my town to change the zoning. Not many of them passed, but I've had the great glee over the last year of watching you all enact them into law. So I want to congratulate you on your wisdom.
Welcome.
But after that, I served on the planning board in the town of Warner, where we underwent the HOP grant program to rewrite our town's master plan. And Warner has a very contentious town political culture, but I think many of our towns have contentious political cultures. So I wanted to testify on this bill just to offer an observation, and that's that the incredible drama around the HOP grant program and whether we would open our town to more housing or not involved a lot of core identity issues and became a 3-year affair that raveled in a lot of personal animosities, incredible countless hours of meetings that people who are young and working and have families couldn't afford to attend. And it was very arduous. The implementation of HB 631 that you all passed last year in terms of allowing residential construction in commercial zones followed a very similar path of surveys and community discussion about how to implement it, but it was not contentious at all, went very quickly, and I think really leveraged the town's core strengths of local knowledge. And so I wanted to testify on this bill because it has the state doing what it should be doing in terms of setting a goal, rather than allowing towns to conduct a soul-searching yes-no binary about their local identity. The state just says, you're doing this. You figure out how to do it. And then the town leverages its core strength of figuring out the best way to do it. Warner is a small town of 3,000 people. And our problem was, in terms of advocating for more housing, no matter what we do, we're just building life rafts. We're so small that nothing we do is going to make an appreciable difference in the price level of housing, unless every other town is also doing it. So this bill would also solve that collective action problem, because our actions would be effective because the state would be making sure that every other surrounding community was also taking action. This particularly comes into play with towns that are surrounding an economic hub like Keene. For us, it's Concord and New London, where they say, well, why do we have to fix the problem entirely? And then we out in our town say, well, we can't do anything because if we do anything, it's meaningless. So I liked the approach of this bill. It struck me as a formula that could be tweaked by future legislators if it was implemented. And because it is outcome-based, the hang up a lot of the time is around the justice of who's getting hurt. And I have listened to some of the questions that seem to be around the justice to towns or the justice to taxpayers within towns. The current situation is profoundly unjust and unfair to a lot of working people. My friend Regina, as she was dying of cancer and working at the Veterans Home in Tilton, trying to raise 2 kids as a single mother, was getting hurt by the housing situation. Her landlord would walk into her house and scream at her for not having the dishes done while she was in chemo. She didn't have any options of other apartments to move to. She was a woman without options, and that's how she spent the last 3 years of her life. So I would ask the committee to prioritize the injustice and the unfairness to the residents of New Hampshire writ large over any considerations about what's just or unjust to this town or that taxpayer class within a town.
Thank you, Mr. Bates, for your testimony. Do we have questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone here left to testify on HB 1764? Seeing none, I'm going to close that public hearing on 1764. And we're going to open up the public hearing on HB 1432. I'm going to recognize Representative Zoe Manos, the prime sponsor, to choose the bill. This is an interesting bill. It's electricity, it's condos, it's a little bit of everything. So, Representative, welcome to housing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name's Representative Zoe Manos. I represent Stratham, which is near Portsmouth. I'm pleased to appear before you today to introduce the bill. This bill has been requested by my constituents in Stratham. It's intended to solve a very practical problem related to residential condos, shared electric meters for well and septic pumps. Some of the residential units, in addition to having their own individual electric meter, also share a meter with an adjoining neighbor. That shared meter is strictly for well and septic pump usage. The problem is that because these meters are shared, they are not billed to the individual residential owner, but to the homeowners association. And they are billed not at the residential rate, but at the higher commercial rate. The homeowners association cannot, pursuant to RSA 356B:45 subsection 2, charge this expense back to the paired unit owners. So the cost to the homeowners association is charged to all unit owners, even those with individual meters. So there's not only an overcharge at the commercial rate for residential well and septic pump usage, but there's a cost shift for shared meters to all unit owners, who in addition are also paying their own individual electric bill. This bill corrects the cost shift by allowing the homeowners association to request that the public utility charge the residential rate for septic and well pumps served by shared electric meters. It would also allow the homeowners association to charge that expense back only to the unit owners who share that meter. I want to emphasize that this bill is limited to residential condos, not to commercial ones. And it is limited to electricity for residential well and septic pump usage. It does not apply to electricity serving common areas such as pools, clubhouses, street lighting, or other community purposes. My co-sponsors and I worked with Unitil and Eversource on this bill. Eversource helped us draft the language in the bill, and I believe that Unitil supports it. As I know, Unitil has attempted to address this issue in good faith. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have questions for Representative Manos? So I think I do, because I live in a condo association and
Right.
I own a condo and I get a water billing charge every 3 months or whatever. That's what you're referring to specifically, right? It's like everybody gets the same charge because they can't really connect it to or identify the right unit that the consumption comes from. Is that correct?
Not in this case. In this case, some unit owners have their own individual meters, and other unit owners have a shared meter for septic and well pump. The shared meters are in the name, are billed and in the name of the condo association. So they are getting the bill, but they can't subdivide it among the unit owners.
Based on usage.
Based on usage, right.
Even though they could track the usage.
Even though they could track the
Okay,
usage.
that clarifies my, thank you. All right, no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will Infantine. Yes, absolutely. Gary Daddario.
He's the chair of our association.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome back. Do you still want to speak? Okay. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Gary Daddario, and I am here as the chair of the New Hampshire Legislative Action Committee branch of the Community Associations Institute. For anyone who's not familiar, Community Associations Institute, or CAI, is a nationwide nonprofit, and their goal in life is just to make association living better. So they have branches throughout the country, and they have legislative action committees in every state. As far as this bill, it's not the first time that this has come up, and we did support this last time. We support it again. Seems that the hang-up last time was that some of the opposition was of the opinion that condominiums are inherently commercial. And to that, I would point out that this bill has been worded so that it only applies to those condominiums that are residential use only. And as pertains to those condominiums, there really isn't, they're not in business in any normal way, business or commerce. And so the idea of them being commercial, I think, is somewhat misplaced. When you have buildings with folks that are sharing something like a well for water and or a septic system, and each of those units, based on the governing documents, must be used for residential only, you're dealing with less of a commercial situation and really something on the order of what you might find with a multifamily home, where people are just sharing certain expenses or taking care of the outside of the building together. And so the other point that came up previously was that condominiums in New Hampshire are generally if you look up their formal organization, they're established as corporations, and some felt that that sort of puts them in the business realm as well. And again, I would say that if you look a little deeper, I don't know that that's super accurate. Condominiums in New Hampshire, I think, end up in some cases being corporations, just because that's one of a couple of options that the state offers in terms of establishing a legal entity. But I can tell you, because I practice in multiple states and all I do is represent associations. In other states, condominiums are not normally corporations. In other states, they might be something like a trust. And it works the same way. And again, on a practical level, none of the condominiums are really operating in business, especially if it's not a business enterprise or they're not commercial units. And so we support this bill just because we believe that it's appropriate to treat the residential only condominiums as what they are. And in looking at the different classifications and components and operations, we believe that it would be a misnomer to view these folks as being commercial.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alec O'Meara.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Alec O'Meara. I am the Director of External Affairs of Unitil, which is the gas and electric utility that happens to be the electric service provider of record within Stratum. So we are the electric provider in the specific constituent issue that this bill is looking to try and address. So I wanted to come here to give a little bit of background in terms of where we were last year on this issue and where we are now, because we have taken a couple steps on our end that we are hopeful will ultimately resolve the issue for this particular condo association. So the core issue here from Unitil's perspective is the nature of what is called our tariff, which is the language that specifically exists regarding the classification of customers for us. We have effectively two classifications that matter here. There's what's called the residential rate, but on our tariff, as to a quirk of tariff writing, it's called the domestic rate. And that rate's definition then outlines what specifically applies for a domestic customer, which means it outlines very specific residential kinds of homes. Then we have what's called a general rate, which is often called the commercial rate, which is, as written, anything else. So due to the way our tariff is specifically written, without a specific call out within that domestic rate for this isolated incidence of a septic that is not commercially owned as a condominium association, but is serving residential units, it was qualified as a general rate customer as opposed to a domestic rate customer. So that had been that way for a number of times. In our perspective, and what I had said a year ago on this, is we had sought guidance as to whether or not we were interpreting our tariff correctly, because the consistent application of those as a regulated utility is very important to us. And the answer was yes, we were in fact interpreting that correctly. So at that point going forward, we need to make sure we're consistently applying that across all of our customers. This past summer, Unitil was due for a rate case filing. A rate case filing is a very large filing that we have to put before the Public Utilities Commission that effectively opens up the entirety of your rate structure and is a really lengthy process. It usually takes about 8 to 10 months to go through everything. Typically, the highest profile part of a rate case filing like that is the cost of energy itself. That gets addressed as part of that. So when you hear about a rate case, it's often talking about what's going to happen with rates as a result of that order. But there's a lot of other pieces to those kinds of filings. And one of the things you can do in that filing is look at the definitions of what's in there. So as part of our proposal, which was done, I think it was in June of this year, we did put in our proposal a specific call out of this issue within the domestic rate, so that folks that are a commercial customer with a septic that is a non-commercial customer, non-commercial residential condo customers with a septic, that is now considered a part of the domestic rate as part of our proposal.
Mr. O'Meara.
Yes, sir.
I'm having a lot of trouble following you.
I understand that.
We've never, like, we're not the science tech. We're just related just to condos. Could you try to, like, dumb it down for at least for me personally?
We have a thing in our proposal before the Public Utilities Commission that fixes this. And it fixes this for our customers, assuming it gets approved by the Public Utilities Commission. We will receive that order later this year. My understanding is at this point, it is not proven to be controversial. So from our perspective, we believe we have a proposal that will generate and render this issue moot for these customers.
Thank you.
You're
that
welcome.
was helpful. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. And also thank you for dumbing it down. That's wonderful. So my question is, would passing this legislation in any way conflict with what you're saying is already part of the proposal for this year? So like, would that, would there be a problem if both of those things happened?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
You're very
This one.
welcome.
Meg Stone, who is from the Department of Energy, who will also speak in plain English, hopefully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I don't think I've been here yet. So my name
Welcome
is
to
Meg.
housing.
Thank you. My name is Meg Stone, legislative liaison with the New Hampshire Department of Energy, and the department is neutral on this bill. So I know that there was discussion on the classification of condo associations and whether they are commercial. Electric service for an individual well pump or a pump for individual septic systems typically runs through a residential meter on a home or condo. When a well or septic system provides water and septic service to multiple homeowners, the electric service to those systems benefits multiple customers, and regardless of the profit or nonprofit status of the organization to whom the service is billed, the service is classified as commercial. Whether for profit or nonprofit, those organizations are required to register as a business with the New Hampshire Secretary of State. An item for consideration, Section 3 specifies the utility is not responsible for verifying that the septic or well pumps meet the requirements set forth in the bill. This raises a question for us regarding who is verifying that the meters are being used in accordance with this bill. The language included implies that there is no verification and no accountability. If the committee's intent is to have the department do that, there's no language specifying that, and I don't believe we have the resources to currently do that. Additionally, the bill essentially permits condo associations to determine whether business or commercial enterprises take place in common areas on their property. As a result, condo associations, rather than the electric utility, would have the authority to determine the rate classification, under which it would pay for utility service. So as a result of that shift in who determines the appropriate rate, a utility rate, there's a potential for an under recovery of costs and shifting of those costs between residential and non-residential customers. Based on the department's understanding of the circumstances for this underlying bill, there is a non-legislative solution to the issue, or multiple. Simply changing the name of the account holder from the condo association or the property management company to a resident would change the rate from commercial to residential. Additionally, as you heard from Mr. O'Meara from Unitil, this was the most recently filed rate case for Unitil does include what this bill is trying to do. This is an open docket in front of the Public Utilities Commission, which is DE 25025. We believe it may be best to let the commission adjudicate this docket. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. I'm just wondering about one of the things you had mentioned was whether it's on the, who it's on to verify that there's no commercial, whatever happening in that, I'm sorry, words are not wording. So just one hypothetical, so for example, my house, which everything is charged as residential, if I, for example, wanted to make, some crafts on the side and sell them at the, farmer's market or something like that, would I then at my house be considered a commercial property?
I would have to get back to you on an answer for that question. I believe it's really whether there are commercial or enterprises happening that would affect the metering.
Okay, follow up. My second question, kind of leading in from that, is if I were then to decide that this were a proper business that I wanted to start, then I would have to register with the Secretary of State. I would have to register with the proper authorities, and then that would be on record, right? Then I would be registered as a business, and then that would make sense that I would be considered a commercial, and that would be very easily verifiable.
Are we talking in a residence or a condo association?
I'm talking about anywhere. I'm talking about if I own a home and I decide that I'm going to, make widgets or little crafty things or something like that and sell them at the farmer's market. There's a difference between whether I'm just selling it to friends or registering as a commercial business. And if I'm registering as a commercial business, I would think that that would be very, very easily to verify because it would be on record.
Let me just take that back to the department and I can get you an answer on that.
Thank you.
Yep. No problem.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think this is, again, on the verification process. I'm just trying to get to where the crux of that issue is for the department. My reading of this is that it's based on what the condominium instruments say, right? So if your condominium instrument says business enterprises are disallowed, then that should stand. I don't know what additional verification would be needed aside from, I suppose, like somebody could submit a fraudulent document, I suppose, but then that's its own issue. But if they supply the required statement of purpose from their condominium interest, it says there's no commercial enterprise allowed. I don't know what additional verification is needed. Can you clarify?
It would just, yes, thank you for the question. It would be verifying that is the case and that there is no additional there that would affect the metering.
So you wouldn't need like 3 extra staff to verify with the Secretary of State's office they filed their commercial paperwork.
So I would have to get back to you on that because this bill did not come to the department for any
A
type
fiscal
of fiscal
note or
note.
anything?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned in your testimony about if you have one of these situations where multiple condo owners are sharing well and septic, that one of the solutions was to put the electric bill on one of those owners' names. Doesn't that open up a liability so that the ones who don't have their name on the bill can get out of paying and stick the person with the full bill?
Thank you for the question. That would not be something the department would have anything to do with. That would be between them.
All right. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. Will Infantine.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Infantine. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire, obviously New Hampshire, and I'm a member of the organization as well with Gary Daddario, and we support things that try to make condominium life easier. I've owned some condominiums. I've been on some condominium boards, and I know all the stuff. I think the speaker was mad at me one day, and he put me on the condominium resolution board. So, I've seen a lot of these things up and down and sideways. This is a good start. I appreciate Unitil being involved and helping solve this specific problem. There are others like this out there, but at least this starts the process of, look, we have to make a decision. Are they residential condos? Are they commercial condos? Or are they mixed condos? How is each one going to be dealt with? You know, I'm sure a lot of this stuff in 1984, when we decided the first condominium act in the state of New Hampshire, probably hadn't thought about all these different things. And all these different ways different developers and builders built these things to have shared electric, electric down by a sign and a guard post and all these other things really weren't contemplated. Appreciate Unitil, as I said, being involved with this, coming to the table and finding us a resolution. To the representatives issue in Stratham, this is a simple concept of fairness, right? That's all it is. Nothing sexy here. MUR isn't going to come do any reporting on this. Situation of fairness, trying to make it more fair to the people and have it be more accurate to what their electric usage is. So again, it's a good start. Really happy that the representative put it through, and I hope you folks will find your way to pass it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Inventari.
Regarding, I'm sorry, one last thing regarding the responsibility area. The rural electric cooperative is not responsible. Doesn't mean they don't have to. Doesn't mean they can't. Just means they don't have to. Something tells me they know there's a number of units probably on a meter. Something probably gives me an idea they already know that. So I wouldn't be worried about that one too much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I don't
Nice
see
seeing
any
you.
questions. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1432? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1432, and we're in recess for 4 minutes. I only have one ticket for 1517. Does anybody else have one? No. All right, the time being 2:00, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1517 and recognize Representative LaSalle. Welcome to the Housing Committee, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, old friends. For the record, my name is Rich LaSalle. I'm in my 5th term representing the bucolic, beautiful town of Litchfield, Hillsborough 14. I serve on criminal justice. I've served on Veterans Affairs and municipal and county. So don't take any of those.
We'll try not to hold that against you.
Yes, okay. First of all, I want to thank the Housing Committee I am a proud owner of a recently built ADU.
Hey.
And just for a little story, my daughter is in her 40s, single, living in a 1-bedroom apartment on the west side of Manchester, paying $2,300 a month. She said, "This is crazy. I don't think I can afford to live here." And it wasn't a great place. So I said, "We'll just build you an ADU." And we did. And we turned a garage in our backyard into an ADU, and it's wonderful. I'm here today to introduce 1517 FN, which is, if you read it, you might be a little bit confused. What the heck is going on with this bill? And so I want to just explain it a little bit. One of our fundamental rights based on the Constitution is certainly freedom of religion. And we all, I'm sure, agree that freedom of religion is one of the foundations of which this country is built upon. We not only have freedom of religion, but we also have freedom from religion. You don't have to be a religious person to live in this country. So my way of thinking, it's a perfect situation. But I think we'll all agree that our fundamental set of laws is based upon Judeo-Christian fundamentals. And that doesn't mean that we're all Jewish or Christian or anything like that. And it also doesn't mean that we take the Old Testament or the New Testament literally in our laws. We have laws that are established to provide the best possible outcome for our country. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is not included in any of our laws. All over this country, we have something that's happening which you may or may not be aware of, but 12, 13, maybe 14 states now have established what this bill would do. And basically, what they're facing out there is certain religious entities which are establishing what they call enclaves. And they're using the zoning laws to govern those enclaves. And in those enclaves, regular law, state law, federal law, and local municipality law, they're attempting to subvert all of those and establish instead these religious beliefs. And I want to call your attention to line 23, 24, 25, and 26. And you'll see there that in this, it says the purchase agreement and any other agreement or rules governing a residential arrangement or ownership interest in the entity shall not require that a dispute concerning the arrangement or interest be brought before a tribunal other than a court established under the laws of this state or the United States. So we're not mentioning any particular religion. It doesn't matter what religion it is. It's any religious entity does not subvert our system of laws. And that is the operable part of the bill. The rest is minutia and legalese. With that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? Representative Bollier.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So my question is, those lines you just highlighted where it says tribunal other than a court established under the laws of this state or the United States, would that include arbitration? Like sometimes contracts have requirements that any dispute in the contract is supposed to go before arbitration instead of before a court.
That certainly is not the intent of the bill. The bill is, the intent of the bill is that a dispute would not be brought before a religious entity, which would be the tribunal.
Okay, so what you're trying to do in this bill, and I'm not sure I'm there yet, but what you're trying to do is say any arrangement that a residential property owner makes in which, so homeowner association, condo association, something like that, any sort of arrangement like that, when they go to a board, they must be evaluated on the on laws or court established under the laws of the United States, or like their
Exactly.
political subdivisions, not any other sort of arrangement. So condo board, you know, so say they're going to appeal to a condo board that's established under state law, they're allowed to appeal to a condo board. Arbitration, I would say, is the same thing, Representative, is because they're allowed that sort of avenue in that specific situation. You're just saying you don't want in a certain zoning district to have the property owner go to a non-government sanctioned entity.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
I think I'm understanding it now. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? We don't see any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1517? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Anybody wants to have a tour of a real nice little ADU, come on down and visit.
We love hearing success stories because
it truly is.
Great.
Cash, or did you have a lender involved in this?
My credit is good.
He's got.
I'm not sure if the lenders have caught up yet.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not hearing many programs for that, but hopefully they change. You heard one?
Yeah.
Let's turn the mics off. We're not talking about the bill. All right. All right, the time being 2:30, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1295. It's a continued public hearing from last week. I want to recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Ron Dunn. Welcome to the Committee on Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, committee members and guests. I'm Representative Ron Dunn from Londonderry. I'm here today to introduce HB 1295. This bill will close a loophole in the current law that allows companies to use nonprofit statute to avoid paying full property taxes. This makes other property taxpayers in town pay more in their property taxes with this loophole. I've asked my subject matter expert to join me here today so she can explain the fiscal and financial impacts to each town and how this affects them on the property tax level. So with that, I'll end my testimony and ask if you could hear from my subject matter expert.
Perfect. I don't think we have any questions yet, so thank you for your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you.
Kate Burbidge.
Hi. Thank you, committee members and citizens, for allowing me this opportunity to speak on this bill today. I'm Kate Burbidge. I am the Vice Chair of the Budget Committee of Londonderry and the Secretary of the Londonderry Democratic Committee. Ron Dunn, Sean Faber, and myself started working on this bill after we discovered some glaring issues with the existing RSA when the Baldwin and elderly housing community filed for a property tax exemption. I would like to start off by demonstrating the need for change based on what is occurring in Londonderry as an example, so you can see how that comes into the additional criteria for qualification that you see in front of you today. The spirit of the law, as proven time and time again throughout the case history, is that truly charitable organizations should be eligible for property tax exemption in part or in whole. I believe in charitable work and that truly charitable organizations should get an exemption. However, the Baldwin, as well as other future elderly housing communities like the Baldwin, should have to meet a greater burden of proof that they are truly charitable, given the increased pressure on residential property taxpayers in our community. At current, Londonderry has a pilot agreement with the Baldwin to pay $410,000 in property taxes. This represents 42% of their full tax burden of $969,000. The $559,000 revenue gap represents a $43 per household increase in annual property taxes based on 2024 tax rates. To get an exemption, they have to meet what is currently in RSA 7223K and RSA 7223L. I won't go over those specifically because I don't want to take too much time up, but I will say that the Baldwin does meet that criteria by the skin of their teeth. As an example, the Baldwin has the following statement in their Article of Agreements, quote, providing financial security to the residents of its facilities to the extent possible within its resources and those of the communities it serves by maintaining the residency at less than its regular charges of any existing resident who becomes unable to pay such charges. Which sounds charitable, but I've done the calculations to determine when that need may come for residents and researched what was on their 990 tax forms. On their 990 tax forms in 2023, they made $0 in grants or donations. On their 990 tax form for 2024, which was filed on November 6, 2025, they made $2,500 in donations. I first spoke about my issues with the Baldwin on July 21st, 2025 at a town council meeting, and we filed the LSR for the bill in September 2025. Prior to this $2,500 donation, the Baldwin, nor its sister corporations, made any grant payment or charitable donation in its history, as far as I could see on any of their 990 forms. On their website, they state guidelines for accepting new residents, which include assets equal to at least 2 times the entrance fee, as well as annual incomes 1.5 times their annual fees. Based on the 2025 rate schedule, a retired couple moving into the Baldwin at the least expensive option would need to pay $618,000 up front and have over $1.2 million in assets. Additionally, they will pay approximately $63,000 a year in fees, meaning their annual income is approximately $94,000 a year. The average annual income for a retired household in New Hampshire is just over $26,000 a year, 72% less than a household at the Baldwin. Furthermore, I calculated the monthly amortization for payments based on the above scenario, and the couple, if they had no additional income sources, could make their payments for 17 years to the Baldwin if they were admitted in January 2025. If the youngest age of admittance to the Baldwin is 62, and we assume both were 62 at the age of admission, they could live there until they were 79 without running out of money. For comparison, the average age of death is 77.
2 years younger than that couple at the Baldwin. Additionally, if the above-mentioned couple did meet the required entry criteria, they would never run out of money. Additionally, under current state law, an organization can only be determined to be charitable if the organization's members or officers do not derive any financial profit or benefit. In tax year 2024, total compensation for their CEO is $829,000, according to their 2024 990, nearly 7 times that of the average nonprofit CEO in New Hampshire. Part of that compensation is a bonus based on performance worth $177,000. Furthermore, the Baldwin has put strain on our emergency services. I spoke with the fire department to ask how many times emergency services were dispatched just to the Baldwin over the past year. And for fiscal year 2026, that was 111 times, nearly twice a week, and they still have land to develop, which will further put strain on our emergency services. So what we have allowed by law is a partial property tax exemption to an organization that offers to financially support high-income retired households who likely will never need that support, granting them the qualification under Part 2, and paying their CEO over $800,000 a year, and donating until very recently $0 back to their community, and heavily utilizing emergency services. This results in elderly households that make significantly less money subsidizing their charity by paying more than $43 a year in additional property taxes. The biggest issue I hear time and time again in New Hampshire is housing affordability and cost of living. The law, as it currently exists, does not help that. During budget season, I hear repeated concerns over spending, and in Londonderry, we have opted not to vote in certain things through warrant articles, like $375,000 for 2 full-time traffic police officers, $122,000 for a full-time children's librarian, $15,000 to hang Christmas lights, and $240,000 for pickleball courts, as well as $10,000 for welcome to Londonderry signs. In total, the above would have a $762,000 tax impact, and if the Baldwin would be required to pay their taxes in full, we'd have over $200,000 left. In the most recent budget season, we cut $400,000 from the town's operating budget, funds which would have covered a part-time children's librarian, museum passes and ebook services, 2 part-time HR positions, legal fees, snow removal equipment, and other town needs. I know Londonderry isn't the only town in the state struggling with increased costs on both the town and school side, nor is it the only town that offers pilot agreements with senior living facilities. Other communities in our states, including some in your own towns, like Durham, Manchester, Exeter, and Laconia, have senior living facilities that pay reduced property taxes to the town. Riverwood Durham pays 44.2% of their tax burden, leaving a gap of $1.12 million to the town. Taylor Laconia pays 58.6% of their taxes, leaving a revenue gap of $248,000. Birch Hill Terrace, known as Riverwoods Manchester, pays 49.7% of their taxes, leaving a gap of $188,000. All the above issues, but especially the income inequality between Baldwin residents and retired town residents, motivated me to research historical case precedent in New Hampshire. The case I mentioned earlier, Elder Trust versus Town of Epsom, which was where that test came from, a case incredibly like what is occurring at the Baldwin, affirmed their conclusion. However, we regard this as a particularly close case, especially with respect to the second and fourth factors. While we are bound to apply the statute as written, the legislature is, of course, free to amend the statutory scheme should it disagree with the results we reach today. So, challenge accepted. I did some research into other state laws, and the changes in the current RSA that you see in HR 1295 were based off of Pennsylvania's Act 55, the Institution of Purely Public Charities Act. Since this bill was filed in September of 2025, we've met with several people, including the Baldwin's lawyer and the chief assessor for Hutchins, James Michaud, and now you, and my hope is that we can work together to change this inequity that exists in the current law. So I do want to leave enough time for us to have an open and productive conversation about this, so I'm going to stop, and Ron and I will answer any questions that you have. So thank you.
That was great. Does anybody have any questions? I have a couple.
Sure.
All right, so I'm looking at, so this is in the bill, it's just regarding 62 years or more.
Yep.
And basically starting on line 14, it adds certain criterias to what the facility must do in order to qualify for this tax exemption.
Correct.
I'm following along now. The thing that and most of these requirements are like quantitative, where you could prove that you are doing these things. So
Yes.
It should be relatively easy. The one that I am kind of concerned about is page 2, line 3, number 4. Make a bona fide effort to service primarily those that cannot afford usual fees. I don't necessarily like that, and I'd like to get rid of it. I think that it's really hard to quantify that. I mean, a bona fide effort, you could be like, oh, we put it in the newspaper, like that's, you know, but like
Correct.
there's not like actually like
Yes.
like there could be such a difference in the scale of like what that is. So I'd like you to respond to that.
Sure.
And then I am also shocked that a director of a place like this gets compensation based on the amount that they save, and $824,000. That shocked me. the amount of money that-
$177,000 a year, and they say it's a performance-based bonus and probably not an enrollment bonus, because that's probably where they end up skirting the laws. It's performance-based, not based on number of new enrollees and things like that. So again, they get by the skin of their teeth, and because of that, that's where I wanted to change things.
Yeah,
So-
and as I guess the concerning thing for me, and maybe this isn't a question, but like my parents are retiring and they have a decent amount of savings, and I'm concerned about the abuse that would come from a facility like that, where they would then like take all their money and for what they've had saved up. So if somebody is in the audience to testify, I'd need like some sort of comment on that too. But how's your feeling on that section 4?
I would be okay with that because that's not defined. The Pennsylvania law is literally 16 pages, and Ron suggested to me that I make as minimal changes as I can. The Pennsylvania law does outline it specifically, like at least 20% of the individuals receiving goods or service from the institution pays no fee or a fee lower than the costs provided by the institution. So it is defined in that law, but again, I tried very carefully to only make so many changes, so I didn't take this and all of a sudden you have 15.
I think your state rep is politically aware that a 16-page bill would probably not cut it.
Yeah, exactly. And so I listened.
So I thank him for that at least.
Yes.
So thank you for your testimony. Other
Okay.
questions?
Quick one.
Representative Howland.
That's just kind of following up on yours. Since you already defined what I think a bona fide effort is, which is 20%, that the other one, which is make a bona fide, is redundant. You've actually defined what a bona fide intent. Is that what your intention was?
Yes, it was essentially to demonstrate that they have to, because they say that they will provide financial assistance to people who need it, knowing that these people will likely never need financial assistance, that's enough for them to qualify. So I wanted to put somewhere in there in the law that makes it so they have to financially subsidize their residents to a certain extent, or subsidize something to the community. So like Riverwoods, I think it's Exeter as an example, they do have some certainly more grant payments than the Baldwin, but they do provide some scholarships for some of their residents or employees to enroll in like medical programs to become LNAs and nurses. And I think that should somehow contribute to what is so let's say the Baldwin was supposed to pay $969,000 in taxes, but they give their residents $969,000 in extra services, scholarships, grants, donating money to their community. They should get the full exemption because they are demonstrating that their property tax liability and what they're giving back are equal. I don't know how to put that in a law very succinctly, unfortunately. I took a stab at it though, so. But yes, we could certainly strike that if that's unclear or provides too much ambiguity. The state, Jim Michaud said that we should also talk about administrative rules, like in terms of who enforces the law. I believe that municipalities should be able to determine to make this decision. And I'd also like to add something in there about if you currently have a pilot agreement or you would like to create a new pilot agreement, you're more than welcome to do that. But this at least allows municipalities to have a little bit of leverage behind, working with these people, because otherwise they have to pay just the municipality piece, which in the Baldwin case would be $283,000. And if they did not have more property that they wanted to develop in Londonderry, my guess is they wouldn't have given us the $410,000.
Go ahead.
The only other thing is, I think it was kind of what you're saying is there's nothing, or would you be open to a protection, because there's nothing to stop if somebody in Riverwoods runs out of money, and they're out of money, that they don't just get kicked out of Riverwoods, and then they fill
Yes.
it with somebody else.
Well, that was I was gonna ask. There's a couple people here from charities and stuff. I was gonna ask that question further up, but
They do. A lot of these facilities do. But at least the Baldwin's case, I'm not sure about some of the other properties. They have some to the extent to which it's financially feasible for them, right? And they could say, well, we have to pay our CEO $824,000 a year. It's not financially feasible for us. That's where I get concerned about the CEO compensation and them saying it's not financially feasible because we have to pay our CEO this amount. That's where I get that's where the there was something about base comp. There we go. The 5 is in there because I don't want them to come back and say we can't help them. Sorry, but yeah.
Representative Aaron.
Thank you for taking my question. The facility has to reapply every year for
They do, yes.
So there's no danger of them saying, well, we're grandfathered in and
Correct.
you changed the law, but it doesn't apply to us.
Correct. Yes. Every year they have to reapply for the pilot agreement. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Representative Newell, do you have any?
No.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Lisa Henderson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Alexander and members of the House Housing Committee. My name is Lisa Henderson, and I am with Leading Age Maine in New Hampshire. We are an association that represents the majority nonprofit sector of aging services providers in the state, and that includes nursing home providers, assisted living, and continuing care retirement communities, as well as independent housing, both subsidized and for profit. So I am trying to take a pause here because I'm not here to singularly represent the Baldwin. They are a member of our association. We represent all of the CCRCs in the state. And so I do want to correct the record to say that I understand that the pilot that was arranged with the Baldwin was for 10 years, so they won't be coming back year over year. So that's one thing I think needs to be corrected for the record. Towns have that discretion to work out pilots with communities, and to my knowledge, all of our members are in some kind of pilot or some other arrangement with their communities. So to make a statement that folks are using this statute to go scot-free and pay no property taxes is not accurate, and so there's a precedent of those pilots and a negotiation process that happens with towns. So I think we like to preserve that local control. And so I think that should be maintained regardless of where this piece of legislation goes. Now I want to help you maybe understand what is kind of a unique model of aging services, the continuing care retirement community. It is a popular construct in our state relative to our population size. And so there are 17 of them, I believe, licensed at present in the state. Some of them are multiple sites within one organization, as Riverwoods was referenced. So this is, in effect, a prepaid long-term care insurance type model. The CCRCs are regulated by the New Hampshire Insurance Department. It's RSA 420D. Just last year, there was a refresh of the regulation, so an extremely thorough review by the New Hampshire Insurance Department that included adding a resident bill of rights that would ensure board participation of residents on the oversight of the community, as well as other provisions to ensure engagement and the best quality of care. So this is a highly regulated segment that has to meet financial metrics in order to be solvent, and that is because this is how it works. If I'm interested in living at a Riverwoods or the Baldwin, yes, I am coming in with some resources, and that is because when I, as that prospective resident, enter into a contract with a Riverwoods, with a Taylor, again, doesn't matter which one we're referring to, that community is making a promise to me that they will care for me through all levels of care, from when I start out at independent living to go into assisted living, and then ultimately nursing care to my death. And they are making that promise to me because they have the financial backstop of me having put up like a down payment, essentially, your initial entrance fee. And they rely on actuarial tables, hence the insurance piece, to ensure that they can deliver on that promise. So what's most concerning about this bill that now I'm hearing may be kind of a copy and paste from another state, which is always a little risky, is that you would be upending the whole model of CCRCs that at their origin, before the state decided to withdraw the certificate of need requirement, looked favorably upon and even insisted that CCRCs not accept Medicaid because they did not want to add to a burden to the state to increase the Medicaid population. So this bill seeks to completely upend that and to take a business model that is built a certain way and then just say, stop. I mean, the literal words in the bill to say requiring that folks, that providers provide care without, without reference to the ability of anyone to pay. I mean, what kind of business, for-profit or nonprofit, can operate that way? So I don't understand the particular, other than the beef with the Baldwin, to try to upend a business model that is not built on providing Medicaid level care because of the state potential burden for that. It is accurate to say that absolutely these communities, for their own 501c3 nonprofit status, federal status, need to be good community stewards. They should offer their campus for benefit of the broader community. They should make charitable contributions. They should be good community citizens as they're overseen by their board of directors to do so. I'll remind you that the Baldwin opened in 2023. So they are a very new community compared to the rest of these folks. They're getting their footing. And like any real estate deal where you need to fill it up in order to have reserves, they might need a little grace to understand that they're just getting started. And so I think that the better comparison would be to look at the established CCRCs that are doing that, and that the Baldwin could very well be on that pathway. But that can be a town conversation about how they're engaged. There isn't a need to overhaul a statute that would upend for CCRCs in particular their business model. There's others here. I see Tom Blonsky from New Hampshire Catholic Charities that will speak to the potential risks to other senior care environments, even though I think the sponsor's intent was to target the Baldwin and Londonderry in particular, which again just strikes me as something that should be resolved at the town level.
Again, we're not going to impugn motive on any rep for filing any sort of legislation. So please refrain from doing that. You can continue.
Certainly. Yeah, no, that's that. I'm ready to take any questions if anyone has them.
Okay, so what the sponsor indicated is that the public interest of the fact that these for-profit entities get these pilots or these tax breaks.
Nonprofit entities, you said for-profits.
There's no for-profits that are getting
at
pilot
present.
agreements.
There are not any CCRCs that are for-profit entities. They are all
But there's nothing in the law saying that they can't qualify for these pilots.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. But the fact that these nonprofits are getting these tax breaks to a certain extent, and not making that up in the sort of contribution to the total community, I guess I would like some data on how your CCRCs are plugging the gap between the tax breaks that they're receiving, which, by the way, is increasing everybody else's property taxes in their communities because they're paying the difference, especially. Not to mention the fact that a lot of these elderly communities do have a heavy burden. I live in Goffstown. We do have Hillsborough County Nursing Home and other places like that. Like, have a heavy burden on the tax base in the community, and on top of that, they're getting a tax break. I'd like to know how your CCRCs are plugging the gap in the tax breaks that they're receiving and how they're contributing to the broader community. So if you have any data of some of the homes, maybe give me 10, 15, something like that, you can get back to the committee. That'd be very helpful.
Yes, I would be happy to look to our members to look for greater outline of the particular financial benefits that they offer to the broader community. Happy to do so. But I want to point out that, so this bill is targeting RSA 7223K, right? But the actual reference in statute regarding the definition of charitable organizations is in RSA 7223 1, and it defines charitable as an organization obligated to perform and performing some service of public good or welfare, advancing the spiritual, physical, intellectual, social, or economic well-being of the general public or a substantial and indefinite segment of the general public that includes residents of the state of New Hampshire. The precise tit for tat on tax revenue or relieving a government burden is not a measure of whether an organization is charitable under New Hampshire law. So there's no in that statutory reference, there's no requirement that there be a precise enumeration of exactly how the pilots arranged by towns with a provider is a direct one-for-one give back to the town.
No, I understand, and it is also the purview of this committee to determine that if we want to make that a requirement or not. I had something else, but I think I had another question. Representative Newell.
I just wanted to clarify something. I think I might have misheard it, and I just wanted to clarify. One of the things that you were saying was that there was a hesitance around requiring the acceptance of Medicaid because it would be a further burden on the state. And so what caught my ear about that is, I mean, not only, of course, we all know we, on a county level run our, help to finance our county nursing homes and things like that. And so we know that most of the people there are on Medicaid. But my question is about whether it would be a further burden. But to me, it would just be self-selecting for people who are not on Medicaid, right? Like, I don't think it would be any more or less of a burden. People who are going to be on Medicaid are going to be on it or not on it. It's just you're only accepting people who are not on it.
And that was literally by design. This model hasn't been around super long. Probably the oldest CCRC in the state is about 35 years old. So, even not that long ago, the state was still concerned about their Medicaid burden, and so had written into the CON statute at that time that CCRCs were expressly prohibited from accepting Medicaid. So you are correct that, the financial thresholds to provide the entrance fee to be able to be sort of actuarially approved that the organization can make the promise of care does self-select folks that have some means, absolutely. But this would be saying, from the get-go, there needs to be that this is now a Medicaid paid option for folks, and the business model across the country that just doesn't work that way. So I feel like we're using a tax bill to try to change a business model instead of looking at what the taxation issues are.
Okay, thank you.
Do your CCRCs have policies in place that if one of the people that signed the contract and became members of your communities, like if they happen to run out of money, they're not immediately disposed of?
Yes, that is.
There's a requirement upon the entrance that they are taken care of for the rest of their life. I would want to double check on exactly what statutorily that says. I don't believe that they are required to do so, but I can confidently say that the vast majority, if not all, of CCRCs in New Hampshire have a benevolence fund, and it is designed just for that purpose, for folks who may run out of resources, outlive their resources, and then that backfills and there's no change to their resident status. I haven't known of any single resident in a CCRC in New Hampshire who has ever been removed because they have outlived their resources. Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Certainly, thanks.
Sean Faber.
Thank you. So my name is Sean Faber. I'm the Vice Chair of the Londonderry Town Council. This did come to our attention through a local meeting, but this is not about the Baldwin. This just drew attention to the fact that there are some organizations in the state that exist that just are what I would call a little bit on the other side of the line of nonprofit, just enough to take in tax revenue and take it away from our residents. Overwhelmingly in town, I've been receiving a lot of calls. Residents are upset about this, justifiably so. But when I dove deeper into the issue, and we found a couple other ones throughout the state, it's really got me thinking about, we should really do something legislatively to just narrowly move this line over. We're not calling for some comprehensive change. We're just calling for some common sense reform of some of these things, because this sits in Londonderry, particularly in a high value property of land. And as you've heard all through last year, density only occurs in certain parts of some of these communities in our town. Londonderry is no different. There's other communities where, you know, people really want density in certain areas. In a community like Londonderry, having the access to 93, density makes sense over there. But when we have a high value property that we're not able to fully realize some of the benefits of the taxation, it puts an undue burden on the rest of the citizens of our community. I've also heard local control come up. I heard it come up all last year with your guys' committee, but I will say, as far as local control goes, and I'm someone who's, you know, a local elected official, a bureaucrat really signs these pilot agreements. It's not us as a council that goes over and approves this. So we may give guidance, we may try to hold his job over his head, but in the end of the day, this is a time where I'm actually looking to the state to say, help us here. Take some of this control over and give us a benefit that, you know, we can actually enforce. So I'm really looking for something on that aspect of it. This is something, I mean, I saw a lot of the bipartisan work that went across last year with a lot of good bills coming through this committee. And when you look at this situation, for me, you know, to my Republican friends, this looks like crony capitalism. It's just, you're giving a reward to someone for a nonprofit thing, purely providing housing that generally is to residents that don't even live in the town in the first place. So we get a bunch of new residents and we make everyone else pay for it. You know, to my Democratic friends, this is people not paying their fair share of something. They're taking advantage of a system, and they're also depriving taxpayers and all the services that Kate had outlined that we could be paying for with the money that we would be getting something like this. So you're going to hear how these facilities are wonderful. They do great things for the community. And I'm not saying they don't do great things for their residents. I don't think they're struggling in any way, shape, or form. I think this is something we're just trying to get some common sense reform, move the line slightly over, and get this to where the balance really should be. So I'll be brief with that. And any questions?
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. And the last pink card I have is Tom Blonsky. You just turned it off and turned it back on.
Okay, I didn't know it was on. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Tom Blonsky. I'm the president and CEO of Catholic Charities New Hampshire. Thank you for allowing me to testify in opposition of House Bill 1295. This bill appears to directly impact our rehabilitation and nursing facilities across the state. Catholic Charities New Hampshire is a large statewide human services organization employing about 1,200 staff and serving approximately 1 in 12 individuals throughout our state every year. We own or operate 7 rehabilitation centers and nursing homes, in addition to operating a host of other social service programs that also include the New Hampshire Food Bank. Last year, Catholic Charities New Hampshire contributed $24.2 million toward free or reduced cost services to those we serve throughout all of our programs, including our nursing homes. This past year, our NORBITA net operating income before interest and depreciation for fiscal year 2025 was minus $175,000. In light of the contribution our organization makes to strengthening the social fabric of our state and its most vulnerable citizens every day, the thought of an additional unnecessary expense in the form of a potential tax rescission of our property taxes would devastate us and sink us further into a financial abyss. We already lose approximately between $75 to $100 every day for every Medicaid resident we happily serve. Our Medicaid census varies from 45 to 60% for most of our resident population in the southern part of the state, and closer to 70 to 80% at our nursing facility up in Berlin. We also provide affordable senior community housing at 4 of our community campuses where folks pay privately to help offset our Medicaid losses. If we now had to provide free care to 20% of our nursing home population just to qualify for a tax exemption, we wouldn't have to just sell a facility or two to afford our losses or to cover our losses. To be clear, we would close all of our facilities outright, directly displacing about 500 nursing home residents and 800 to 900 workers during this difficult economy. Organizationally, we operate on extremely lean and minuscule margins. The implementation of House Bill 1295 would force us to close 7 of the highest rated nursing facilities in our state, which, in addition to being known for our exceptional care and customer satisfaction, serve the least among us throughout New Hampshire. With the Medicaid and Medicare funding cuts and threats the industry has had to face year after year and continues to face to present, we ask and need the state to support and bolster our life-saving work, not make it impossible to carry out that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blonsky, for your testimony. And I just want to thank Catholic Charities. They were really good for my grandmother as she was passing. So thank you. I have a question regarding your main hang up with this bill is at the end of page 1, section C, having at least 20% individuals receiving services, community housing, or healthcare facility pay no fee. That's your main concern with the bill.
Well, it's that. I'm not sure about the intent of it, because in the body in 1A, I think line 3, it says community healthcare facilities for elderly and displaced persons. And under RSA 7223K, it identifies Salem Haven, which is a skilled nursing facility in Salem. So I know the Baldwin has been spoken about a lot, but the language is a little bit nebulous. So that's why I am here representing our facilities.
Okay. But I guess my question is, anything on line 14, are these things that you're already doing? So you already have a facility, you're already having an open enrollment policy for all services. Do you already accept forms of payments that do not cover costs of services, including Medicare and Medicaid? That's from what your testimony that you are.
We do for our nursing facilities, we follow that, but our housing, our affordable housing is all private pay, which helps offset the loss of our nursing homes. So we do not offer free care in our community housing.
Okay.
Affordable senior housing.
Okay. But most of these things, I guess I would like to know what things you're already doing to make it probably a less of an impact for you, because I do understand that you provide a significant amount of services to the state of New Hampshire. So I would like to see some sort of recommended language to get you to at least a neutral, if you could possibly do that. So I'm looking at a couple things in the bill, but if you could flag those for me, that'd be very helpful.
So the average margin of a typical nursing facility in New Hampshire is in the negative, typically a negative 1% margin.
Yep.
For nonprofit nursing facilities. Independent living is a little bit different. You don't have the labor cost associated with that, but oftentimes, like our model, we have other social enterprise avenues that help to offset the tremendous losses we're facing at the nursing home level, so that we can keep that continuum of care viable.
Okay. And you don't pay your director based on financial performance of the institution. Do you typically do that?
We will incentivize them to manage their budget. If there's in the budget is a very minimal margin, like a 1% to 2% margin. We haven't hit that in the last couple of years.
Okay.
One of the metrics is paying them to reduce agency utilization, because we want continuity of care with our own staff. And as everyone knows, with agency utilization, we're paying a 2x factor there at minimum.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1295? I don't see any. I'm going to close the public hearing on 1295, and we are done for the day. Thank you for bearing with my terrible scheduling today. And we will see you Thursday.